Two.
Hello, good evening, members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. How's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody's doing great. For those who follow Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on my group on Facebook and those who follow Spiritual Encrypted Encounters Showreel TikTok under Abe Cias. How's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody is doing great. How you doing, cousin Jesse?
I'm doing okay, cousin. Welcome to the members of Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Let us have a good show, and hopefully we'll be troll free again tonight. Welcome.
So I know you normally have go to church. You go into church in the morning.
Yes, sir.
I'm fixing to share this
Hola, Madeline.
to all the groups that I'm affiliated with.
Welcome, Madeline Chat. Welcome to the live. ¿Cómo
How you doing, Sister
estás?
Madeline?
Ah, how was your day, Madeline? Hope it was a blissful day. Did you go out to the sweat meet? Maybe the pulga?
Shared it. How you doing, Sister
Welcome, Joe
Madeline?
Two Pops. How you doing? Machine Rin, Madeline. Me la pasé Machine Rin. How was your day, cousin?
Pretty good. Just just spent some time with my wife's granddaughter.
Mm.
She's like 5 years old.
Oh, cool, man. She got all that
So
energy, I
we
bet you.
we took her we took her she wanted something from Walmart. Went there and then we took her to Cece's Pizza.
Oh, she had a blast then.
Little Cece's Pizza. It's got a little section where it's got games and stuff. And
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, we brought her here. We were just chilling. She was playing with the toys, and then we took her home. She fell asleep on the way home.
She was
It's
tired.
been hot as hell here in Texas.
Yeah, it was about 100 degrees over here in Fort Worth today, man. I wanted to go outside and eat the pata de perro to the calle, man, but I said, no, I'm going to stay in the aircon and not get out in the heat.
Oh yeah, it was a hot one. Yeah, next weekend I'm gonna do the Saturday night show because I might go dancing, do some cardio.
I need to learn how to do some cardio. Man, Liz is gonna have to come over here so we can go do cardio. I don't dance, primo, but now in my old age, I know what I was missing in my young age. I never got the point of dancing when I was a teenager, man. Ya que estoy viejo, now I realize what I missed out on, man. Yeah, the golden moments with the little ones, man. Ain't nothing like having a little kid just running around with all that energy. I got six grandchildren. Hi, Ivan Ramirez.
Primo,
Huh?
6.
Tengo six. Tres hombres y tres niñas. I think my oldest grandsons are like 17 and 15.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not a grandfather yet, technically, because my son hasn't had a child. So, but when you're married, you inherit
Welcome, Tito.
everybody else's. So, in that
Yeah,
kind of a
no, man.
way, kind of
My
like a
my
grandfather.
My son has fur babies, man. He hasn't had any kids yet, man.
Ah,
No, he's got his dogs. He's got two dogs. But anyway, he said the name Jesus Carvajal is gonna die with him. There will be no Jesus Carvajal the fourth.
my son says that if he has a boy, that is it's going to be Abram the third.
That's cool, man.
Right.
Hi,
Yeah.
Tito. How you doing? Welcome to the show.
If he has a son, he's going to carry my name.
And that's another thing. Like I don't like to be called Chewy. He doesn't like to be called Jesse. He likes to be called Jesus or Jay. So how's everyone doing this afternoon? I hope y'all are
Well, this
good
evening,
and
primo, we're evening time,
well,
not
excuse me, I
afternoon.
stand corrected. I hope everyone's doing well this evening and are just raring to go to this show.
I just want to say something real quick before I continue. Uh,
Go ahead. Hello,
what we're
Daniela.
going to speak about tonight. Uh, I've been doing this works for a very long time. But normally, what I would do is do my videos on
Hi,
spiritual
Luis.
encrypted encounters on Facebook. Then I would download the video and place it on YouTube. That's what I was doing for the longest time. I was in here to compete against anybody in any kind of way, shape, or form. I was just doing my spiritual work to the best of my abilities. Uh, I
Hi,
never had a
Roman.
reason to have nothing against anybody in any way, shape, or form. Like I said, I've been doing my own works, cleansings, helping out people get rid of negative energies out of the home. That's what I would spend my time doing is helping people out because I know how it is when your home is being infiltrated or your family member is being spiritually attacked. So when I would hear of people, I'll say, hey, can you give me their number so I could contact them? So those are the works that I would do. Before I was doing positive spiritual encrypted encounters, I was doing the works. I just want to get something straight here for those that tune in here to spiritual encrypted encounters. I'm not here to compete against anybody. You know, what you hear in the show and what I speak of the show is the true experiences. I don't care about anybody else's show, especially if people are coming up against them in a negative way. I don't care if you're affiliated with those people. In which I seen something yesterday happen here. If you're affiliated with these people, I suggest you go and stay in their channel. I don't need you here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. If you're a mole or you're infiltrating or you're coming here to disrupt the show, I don't need you in here. Matter of fact, if I see you doing that, I'm just gonna boot you out because I don't need you here. If you're coming here being disrespectful to me, uh, you're being cool with the people that have come up against me in a negative way, I'm going to boot you out. I was talking to cousin Jesse about this earlier, and this is what I was witnessing yesterday, last night at the chat. I already know who are the people, so I'm just giving you a fair warning. You come in here disrespecting because I know who you're aligned with. You come in here being disrespectful, I won't hesitate to boot you out, and you won't be able to see spiritual encrypted encounters, be a member of spiritual encrypted encounters. I'm just letting you know. And it's not about picking sides or nothing. It's about respect. If you don't go disrespect the person that's come out against me in a negative way, but then you're trying to come and disrespect in my show through the chats, I'm just gonna boot you out. I don't got time for any bullshit. I'm just being straight up. You know, uh, I do get people here in the show. My family's been through a lot, so I've been trying to get my family members to come and share a little bit of what they've witnessed, and I want to gather them up probably next weekend so we can have a big show on Friday. My sisters, so they can talk about whatever they want to talk about, dealing with the experiences of what we witnessed as a kid and the things that they know, that's happened. I'm just letting you know uh, that I won't hesitate. If you come here disrespectful, I won't hesitate to boot you out, and I won't let you back on. If it's an accident that I do it, it's an accident. But if you come in here disrespectful because you think you have to defend somebody else that's come up against me in a negative way, well, I'll boot you out and you can join them because I don't need you here. Straight up. That's all I'm saying.
I agree wholeheartedly, cousin. I agree wholeheartedly.
And the reason I'm saying this because I seen some comments were being said in the chat last night, and I was letting my sisters talk, and I was seeing what was going on. I told cousin Jesse, I said, I ain't playing games with nobody. I don't got time to be playing games with nobody. So if I see that you come in here disrespectfully or you're representing somebody else's colors or like color yellow for corn on the cob, I'm gonna boot you out, man. Just letting you know straight up. I've been doing my best not to talk about anybody else, but when y'all came in here yesterday and I seen the comments what you were saying, you're representing him. I'm gonna boot you all out. I already know who y'all are. It is none of our regulars. So in saying that, let's continue with the show.
Welcome everybody
So
that just came in. Let us get it started with the topic of the show.
yeah, moderators, keep an eye on what I'm talking about because it happened last night. I just wasn't saying nothing because I didn't want to interrupt. We were having technical difficulties that I was using I had to put my sister in the phone so she could say whatever she had to share with y'all. That's the only reason I didn't say nothing. But if it happens again tonight,
Y'all have been
and
warned.
if you don't find yourself um, being in the chat in this channel, then you're gonna know why. So I will be keeping an eye on the chat tonight. How you doing, brother Josh Turner? Thank you, brother Runner.
Now let's get down to the nitty gritty.
You don't see me uh, getting drunk, going in, calling in at people's shows and go belligerent on people, being drunk or being high on some shit like we've been done. And that's what's called liquid courage. That somebody
Twice.
has to drink, yeah. Somebody has to drink just to get some kind of liquid courage, saying they're going to do this and do that. I haven't seen it. The only thing I can say is they decide to do something, they're pretty ready for the ass whooping they're going to get. Because I've been training hard to show this scumbag a lesson in life. I think it's a good sign of bondage, something bringing up a past sin you had trouble with and tempts you to do it again or one at a time and tries to convince you it's not a big deal. Signs of
Prayer,
bondage.
prayers for
It's
your
a
Uncle
good one.
Butch and your brother Russ. Prayers for them, Josh.
Yeah, we've been doing continuous prayers for you, brother Josh. For what you're going through, brother. We prayed for you and your brother last night here on Spiritual
Welcome, let me
Encrypted
turn.
Encounters.
Welcome to the live.
So, what are some signs that you've seen, cousin, of when there is a spiritual bondage or a possession of sort?
Well, when it happened to me, man, I was being attacked while I was asleep, and I would wake up really tired. Uh, I couldn't explain why I felt the way I felt, and that's when I made that phone call to you, and you told me I was being bonded by two, uh, not Nephilim, succubus and incubus. If you remember that,
Yeah.
and I knew I kind of figured out that it had to be something spiritual. So I called my spiritual doctor, which that's you. Welcome to me as angel. You know, and as far as the possession, the sign of the possession that I got was when I got possessed at the church. That little voice inside my head was telling me to destroy the person that brought me into the church, my spiritual coach. They wanted me to tear him limb from limb. And the more they prayed and the more they sang, the angrier and angrier it got, and the more it was telling me to get up and start some chaos. That's when I knew that I was being spiritually possessed.
And we discussed of what that opening was that day. The opening that how it attached itself to you was when you
My brother.
you're with your brother
Hmm.
because he was acting a certain way and he was taking his time with certain things and he was trying to go to church, so you got upset with him, and that opened up the spiritual opening for the negative attachment that he had to jump on you.
Yeah, cousin, I really got upset because he knew he had to be somewhere at a certain time. I show up, and when I show up, there's like maybe 45 minutes to get to where we're going. He decides he has to take a shower before he goes. Hello, Joe Burgess. Welcome from the UK. And that gets on my nerve, man, because I like to be punctual wherever I go. And like I saw it when he came out, and I told him that he needed to do something with it, but I didn't see that it stayed in the back seat of the truck when he got off. So it got on me when I got off to go to church. I didn't know it was in me until the service started. So yeah,
We
those are
got
my
something
two.
here from Sage Coley. It says they talk the talk, but they can't walk the walk. It's a tell sign of a coward and weak spirited person. Of a man can't handle it head on face to face. He's not a man. I
What are
guess
you
they're the
talking about,
they're
Sage Cooley?
I don't know. I don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, that's why I asked him what he's talking about. Explain, please. I was busy running my mouth. I didn't get to read that comment or the one before it. But yeah, that's my experiences of being bonded and spiritually possessed. Oh, the adversaries are wheel in the other camp. Oh, okay, I understand now. They talk the talk but can't walk the walk. I understand completely. Those other people on the other channels. Yep, that's why they call in when they're drunk. Yeah, Madeline. That's exactly what he's talking about. The people that attack Abe. Yeah.
You know, I told the person that was coming at me, trolling me a long time ago, that we could settle it, but they just continue to be cowardly and do the troll acts that they do. You know, they've done it to a lot of people.
You know how it is, says Cooley. They hide behind a keyboard because they can't handle it man to man. If that was the case, we would just get together somewhere in Texas and call mutual combat and just settle it.
Yeah, we would already settled it if these people were man enough to settle it.
Welcome, Texas Outlaws.
You know, it would already been handled a long time ago. But they're not man enough. You know, they want to cry and send other people to defend them, and even those people are not man enough
They have
to
to get
handle the
drunk first.
situation. They make threats. You know, they make threats and they don't want to settle it. You know, it's crazy that they want to man up for somebody else. If they want to take an ass whooping for somebody else, that's fine with me. I don't care. You know, but I will do it with the Love Foundation. Teach them a lesson in life.
What's the name of that part of the government cousin that goes to the restaurants to make sure that the food is good? The board of health.
Yeah. What I can remember the name of them. Yeah,
Well,
I know who you're talking about.
these hands have been rated A. They can eat these anytime. They're good for everybody. That's all right, says Cooley. But yeah, cousin, that's how I got bondage, and then I got possessed. So those are the conditions that I saw happen to myself. Yeah, yeah, Madeline. The food inspector have rated these that they're good to eat by anybody.
When I was in the military, when I was in Germany, we'd be out there in the field, and you know, there's different platoons in the company. You got like first platoon, second platoon, third platoon. Next thing you know, somebody like, hey, well, one of my soldiers will come to a platoon sergeant will come to to my platoon sergeant. And we'll tell him there's
Welcome,
one of my
Survivor Girl
soldiers
2019.
that does not like your doesn't like him.
Hi,
I said, who's a
Smirky.
soldier? And then they would say, well, how do you want to settle it? They say he wants to fight him, you know. So they were like, well, wait, he's got a problem with you. How are you going to settle it? I said, I don't got a problem with him, but if he wants to fight, you know, because he got a problem with me, well, I'm ready to defend my honor. So I would tell him, you know, I was like, why you want to fight me? I don't even know you. I know you have children.
Welcome,
Well, he was talk,
KD7.
he'll be talking crap, and I'll be taking on my top, and I said, just remember when I'm whooping your ass, that I hope you remember your children too. I hope you have a will because I'm going to teach you a lesson, you know. And after a while, he don't want to fight me anymore, you know. We're in a, when out in the field, we're in a, there's nothing but woods. So you handle business man to man, right? That's I'm not afraid to handle business that way. I've done it numerous times when I was in the military.
Daniela, do I think these attackers may have bondage or possession? Yes, because they're drinking liquor. And liquor are spirits. You get possessed by spirits when you drink spirits. That's why we just roast them because we know they're not, excuse the term, are not going to bust a grape.
Some of them have spirits of they're being spiritually bonded by by drugs. Some of them, and the other ones, some of them that's in trouble with the law, they're being spiritually attacked by the spirits of perversion. That's what he has, you know, and that's a demon. There's those are demons that have them bonded. So
And
that's
the
why they
other
do the
one,
things that they do and go after people the way they do.
the other one has the spirit of a succubus and just wants to hug people that don't want to be hugged.
Yeah, somebody with the spirits of the huggy that he said that he was a hugger. You just said hugs for men, no hugs for women. What are some of the signs that you could tell that a person is being bonded? Well, look at the actions they do. Look who they target. Why do they keep on targeting people instead of doing their own thing, moving on forward? Right? They're in a situation for a reason. So why target everybody else instead of looking in the mirror and blaming themselves for the situations that they're in? I'm going to read the comments and answer. Uh, I'm just saying that they have some issues. I mean, I could try to help them, but they don't want the help. You know, they're well where they're at because they've been doing this for a very long time. They don't want change in their life because they don't see no error in the way. And the people that are affiliated with them, they're as bad as they are because they know what they've done. So, in a sense of a way, if they have a cult-like mentality or they're part of a cult, they're not going to tell them nothing. They're not going to tell them, "Hey, you're in the wrong," because they believe in this. They believe the same way they do. There is a local in the cabeza like they are. It's just God honest truth. They're as bad as they are. You have women that are agreeing with the guy, women that are supposedly mothers, right? That have children, backing up a dude that has done some horrible things to children. How is that? I'm thinking these women are because they're single women. I don't know if one of them
Hi,
married now.
Benny.
Maybe their husbands are not giving them attention or something. I don't know. Uh, but I guess this guy is popular with the old ladies that are vulnerable. Reminds me of certain individuals from back in the days from a certain little thin book of the Book of the Mormons. Joseph, Joseph and his partner that created the Book of the Mormons. They if you can look it up, they got caught for uh, robbing the elderly. They went to court and got fined. They got found guilty like two different occasions for robbing the elderly. Con artist. How would they rob the old ladies? Well, they talk to them nice with respect, just to get in there real quick, and "Hey, just sign this piece of paper here. You'll be good." They're signing their life earnings and everything out of the bank, their homes to them. They taking advantage of the elderly. So when I see the things that they do here in the cryptic community, or just messing with people doing podcasts, that's what I see. They're swindlers, con artists. They've been doing this for a long time, conning people, trying to paint people to be a certain way. There you go. Sage says Joseph Smith had 30 sergeants. He got tarred and feathered for checking him. Yeah, there you go. Oh, by the way, he did have a little gold mine also. That's where the Book of the Mormon supposedly came from. Said an angel gave it to him. He did have a mine.
Oh, but then again, he was the only one that could see it. The tablets. And they gotta have a magic underwear or lucky underwear.
I've seen the Book of the Mormons. It's like around this thin. Talks
That's all
about
he
that
could
guy
think of.
Joseph,
That's all he could think of, man.
con artist.
Yeah, Smurfy, kept a squeeze, homie.
I mean, golly, you got a guy selling 20 a little freaking duck that costs a quarter or 50 cents for $20. How much profit is that? Think about that. What is their intentions? I don't see him doing any spiritual works for or praying for people or doing anything for
Well,
anybody. That's a
welcome,
con
Lawrence
artist.
Morgan.
A ducky you can buy for 25 to 50 cents, selling it for $20. How much percentage is that?
¿Qué pasó, loco, Smurfy?
I'm just talking about that since somebody brought up the. I know I brought it up, but it's crazy, right?
I thought they
A
were going
25
around.
cent duck trying to make how much percentage is that? If they're selling it for $20, a little 25-cent duck for $20.
Man, that's a lot of getting your money back. That's like quadrupling, if not more, your money.
That by itself should tell you that right there should tell you what they're really about.
What's up, Ridge
That
Runner?
by
¿Cómo
itself.
estás?
You could go to a Jamaica for the church and you can get little duckies like that for 50 cents or a dollar at the Jamaicas.
Yeah, yeah.
Am I correct, Jesse?
Oh yeah.
They have
But
games
you
there
know,
for the people.
I
You
don't know,
can
man.
get a little duck, a little stuffed animal.
They haven't had a
And
Jamaica here in Fort Worth for the longest time, man. They quit having them because there was always gang fights and shooting, man, while they were being done inside the Jamaica properties, man. I was like, damn, we can never have nothing good.
it's crazy, man, you know. And then they had the mother duck that they wanted $50 for the mother duck when most likely mother duck was maybe $2.
Did the
So how
mother
much
duck lay golden eggs and quack? And there was a miracle? What?
$50 for the mother duck? Isn't that crazy? I can sell you if I'm going to give you something, I can give a good item out for a good price, and it's going to be worth the price because it's quality.
Hey, you know what, cousin? You
I'm
could
not
sell
going to try
that.
to bamboozle you.
You could sell that and then wrap around a picture of Rebel on it. It'll be worth some money.
Yeah,
That crystal with a picture of Rebel on it.
I'm just being honest, brother. And so I know I'm getting a little bit, but that's well, in a sense of a way, money, bondage, and possession. Will money be a form of bondage?
Yes, of course. Welcome, Elastic Machinery. How
Money
you
will be
doing,
a form
brother?
of bondage, right?
I
Look
tell
at
you this.
how many people went against Brother Josh Turner because his members were donating money to him. Look how many people came up against him because of that. Because that's what's in their mind, you know. How's the saying go? You gotta give something to receive something, right? And what I've seen of paranormal, they've given things to their members. They give back to the members.
Well, thank you very much,
Nice,
Elastic Machinery.
nice shirts, nice caps, nice merchandise. You know, I've seen it.
Cool, Liz. More points. Nobody does, Lawrence. Money hungry people, they're not good people.
Drugs, hate, and gossip and stealing. Yeah, there's a lot of people. Drugs will make them do a lot of things, man. A lot of things.
Drugs, lies, hate, and gossip, and stealing, and don't forget backstabbing. Because once you got all of those, just backstabbing is left.
That's one thing of a person that's really hooked up on drugs. They ain't gonna want to change their path of being an addict. So they're gonna blame everybody else but themselves. Everybody else but themselves.
Maybe the amulet was cursed. Who was that? Daniela. If you got it and it was supposed to cover you from evil, and when you put it on, you will have nightmares, then you got the wrong amulet. What's up, Elastic Machinery? How you doing, man? They didn't do that to him. Uh, I was gonna ask you something, but it's on a personal level, so we'll just leave it at that. You ain't that old, Liz. Come on now. Thank you for sharing the reels, Exuberance. You're doing a bang up job, brother. Yes, Tupac, that some people did have a malicious campaign against the Turners.
Signs of bondage and possession is a topic here tonight, brothers and sisters. One of the things that you could say when somebody's being spiritually bonded or spiritually attacked is will be one of the top ones will be a change in demeanor where they're not acting like themselves. And after being targeted so many times, when you get targeted, what's one of the first things that happens to individuals? Anger, hatred. Then when you
Frustration.
go back and forth arguing, well, that's how it works. You know, it's finding the spiritual openings through the anger and the arguing. So it's jumping from person to person, going back and forth. You know, when they argue, that means that nobody's coming to a resolution. So the only thing that's happening is people are being bonded by the negativity, right? As they go back and forth. If you notice some individuals, they target the channels. That's all they want to do. They want to come and say negative things towards people, towards the groups, towards the channels, infiltrating with their moles, with their troll accounts. But then when you defend yourself against them, they want to cry wolf. They want to cry wolf like they're the victims, but they're the ones that are initiating things with their fake profiles. You know,
I hope that you recover
how do I know
well.
these things? Because it's happened to me. It's happened to many people within that has how should I say the courage to create a group, no matter how people come at you to say what we have to say. You know, uh, this happened to me numerous times. But that's what I say to always maintain the Love Foundation. When you maintain the Love Foundation, you don't accept anybody's negativity or bullshit. It stays with them.
Yes, Josh. Late night with Sergeant Cias.
I'm just being honest, man. You know, it's like when you're not talking about it and they're being irrelevant, they're being left out of the conversation because what they're doing is not working. That's why I created this on Restream. Keep the trolls out. You know, I created a new profile here on Restream to keep the trolls out. The moderators already know what to do. It's kind of like when I do a single live on YouTube, it's when they surface up saying all kinds of crazy stuff. Sometimes it surfaces up at 3 in the morning on Fridays and Saturdays between 3 and 4. That's when they surface up. Uh, Whatever they're doing at 3, 4 in the morning, spiritually, 3 and 4 in the morning, they're part of a cult. They have to be worshiping something. Now, physically, if they're getting high on crack and meth, that's around right there. That's like the after party. So that's when they surface up. I mean, how's it saying about the mule, primo?
The mule.
Or you can lead them to water.
Oh, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Yeah,
Exactly.
man.
There you go.
You can lead a meth head to the rock, but you can't help him smoke it. He's gonna smoke it. He's gonna smoke it.
I've seen meth heads before. I've seen a guy beat up his girlfriend because she wanted to take the first hit.
Oh man, I saw a guy beat up his girlfriend because she took the first hit and didn't stop smoking it until it was gone.
Golly,
He was pissed. You finished it all.
those are signs of the addicts. If they ask you, "Hey, I need a I need $20 because I need to buy some tampons for my old lady." Like tampons for my old lady. I never heard of a tampon costing $20. That's how they hit you up. Hey man, you got a 20 for this, a 20 for that. That's when you know that they're on some shit.
Yeah, 20 bucks won't buy you much nowadays, man.
I know. But to them, that's just a high. What I'm saying about that is because a certain individual that's selling duckies for $20. They cost like a quarter, 50 cents. What do you think he's asking for 20?
I need a rock.
Hello,
And
McFly. Hello.
welcome,
I gotta ask. I
audacious
can
Amber.
understand maybe. Was it?
I was just saying hi to audacious Amber. To 350,
Or they
yeah.
use the excuse, or they use the excuse of, uh, my daughter needs some diapers. Can you lend me 20?
Knowing damn well you can't get a good box of diapers for 20 bucks, man. You can maybe get 15. I'm glad I don't have children now, man, because
You go see the child to see if they bought a box of diapers, and the child is in a got rag diapers. You can rinse them off and hang them up and dry them up and put them on.
or you see the child, he's in a stroller and his feet are touching the ground because he's 4 years old.
I'm just saying, man. Those are signs. No, we're speaking about signs of people that are being uh, physically
Bondage.
bonded through drugs. What other signs? Uh, I'm looking at the comments here from the members. What are the signs, cousin, of somebody that's being bonded by uh, the the demons of drugs?
Well, you got the potheads that celebrate every 420. Uh, they don't think it's a drug, and it's not a drug, but it is a gateway into the spirit realm. You know, that's another form of bondage because, as far as I know, man, you can live without it. But people that are hooked on marijuana, they act like if they don't get it, they're gonna die, and that's not even the case, man. That's another form of the potheads. You got the crackheads that they do whatever they must to get their next fix, man. And I was in that category myself, man. Yeah, I don't like cocaine anymore, Lawrence, but I used to. I started out with weed, Graduated up to cocaine. I tried, I think it was ice twice and didn't like it, so I quit doing it. But yeah, I'm a lot better now, man. I mean, I ain't gonna lie and say I'm perfect. I've never done it, man. Everybody has their own vice, but nobody looks down on an addict like an ex-addict, man. I look down on people that do all that stuff, man, because uh, if you really, really wanted to stop, you could stop one day to the next, because that's how I did it. From one day I got went to sleep high, the next day I quit, and I haven't gone back since I quit smoking weed in '88 and stopped doing cocaine in 210. So, like I said, I haven't smoked a cigarette since 90, no, since 2001 when the last time I smoked cigarettes, man. So, yeah, I'm a living testament that if you don't want to do it anymore, you can stop. I didn't have no help. I didn't go to no rehab, nothing like that. Just one day to the next, I just quit because I got tired. I got tired of waking up hungover. I got tired of the cocaine hangover. I got tired of waking up smelling like cigarettes and alcohol.
Chemicals,
So, huh?
chemicals.
Yeah, I
There's a
just
lot
got
of
tired. Got tired, and I haven't looked back. I can be around people that use, and I have to worry about it. I'll drink a beer or a mixed drink every now and then, but not like I used to. That I would get up drinking and go to bed drinking.
I had those people I was telling you about. His wife left him for the drug dealer.
That's crazy.
Yeah, his wife left him for the drug dealer. You know what he did? He got pissed off and he went to go burn the drug dealer's home. He literally burned the drug dealer's home.
I can tell you, man, that I don't miss the old days. Uh, I just can't believe I went through all that desmadre. That's what I call it, un desmadre, because I was just going around hurting people, man, to get my way. And since I'm highly trained, I was really, really hurting people, man. I was putting people in the hospital. I'm glad that I don't do that anymore, man. But those are my experiences of being bonded. Because, like I said, I started out with marijuana, then I started drinking, then I started snorting, and I never put it in my vein because I'm afraid of needles. But I did smoke it every now and then when I used to smoke crack. So yeah, I've been bonded, but I'm a lot better now. And you know what I really figured out, what the whole pedo was that I was afraid to be with my own thoughts. That's why I would get high. Was because I was afraid to be with my own thoughts. That, and I was seeing shadow figures and thought I was crazy. So yeah, I tried to deny the gift by being high. Yeah, when I had my baby girl, that's when I stopped smoking marijuana, man. But it led up to other things. But yeah, that's my that's my testimony on being bonded. So I throw the show back to you, cousin.
So, when you're being bonded, the people that you're hanging with are doing the same thing that you're doing. Do they encourage you to keep on doing what you're doing because they know that if you get something, then they're gonna get high too?
Yeah, exactly. There's some people that hang around you that hardly ever have any money, but they get high off of your costillas, you know. And
Yeah.
when you're getting high and you're the one that's buying, you start to notice that the sucker that's always with you uses up most of what you buy. You barely get anything, and he gets most of it because. he cons you, man. He cons you, and the next thing you know, he's high as hell, and you barely got a buzz on, man.
So that's where a lot of fights and everything happen.
Yeah,
They just want
that's
you
why
to
a lot of
they don't want you to change because they kind of have control over you in a sense of a way because of you're using something and they're using you, so they can
yeah.
get their own high.
hmm You know, man, I had a lot of friends that were like that, man. And slowly but surely, I started cutting them off, man. I'll tell you like this, man. There was, I don't know if there still is, a gang here in Fort Worth that they call themselves VQS. You know, and I knew them vatos before they started the clica, and we all went to school together. We went to middle school. Okay, and then when I used to get high, I always had chingos de mota, man. I would carry like half an ounce of marijuana on me at all times, man, because I smoked a lot, and they would always get high off of me, man. One time I was walking this little guy home. There was a friend of my cousins because he said he was afraid of them that they would wait for him at the park and try to beat him up. So I said, you know what, man, I'm gonna walk with you and I'm gonna show you what's up. So we took up walking, man, and sure enough, they were there at the park. And they cut us off, man. And I saw the leader. I said, "What's up, man?" He goes, "Hey, Carvajal, what's going on?" I go, "Hey, man, I'm walking my homeboy home." He goes, "That's your homeboy?" I go, "Simone." He goes, "Early." He snapped his fingers, man, and they parted like the Red Sea and let us walk through. And then on the way back, they were still there. They were like, "Hey, Carvajal." I said, "What's up, man?" He goes, "Hey, prendele, prendela." Go, "Ya no le hago." Dude, they didn't believe me, man, that I quit smoking because the way I used to smoke, they thought I was lying, man. But yeah, they knew me, man. I was well known in the hood, man. To the point that they split open in the middle of the gang and let us by, no problems.
That's the journey says the Bible called it pharmakia. It's true. Pharmakia. The demons of pharmakia.
Yeah,
A
yeah,
lot of people like that addicted to that stuff, man. You ever seen the pictures of people when they're normal and then when they get hooked on the drugs, how their face changes? It's crazy, no?
yeah. I love to fish, Murphy, but I'm allergic to that goo that when you put the worm on the hook that it oozes that stuff out. I'm allergic to that, man. It makes me break out, and I only like to fish with that because I'm not good at the artificial bait. Anyway, questions? The one what I just said.
Yeah, any questions for cousin Jesse? So we can answer. Can you please put them in capital letters? If it's a question, place it in capital letters.
I didn't say it
Basically,
destroyed me, Madeline, but I say it had me bonded, and I was fighting daily. There wasn't a day that didn't go by that I didn't go out there and find a way to get into to a fight or into something.
Primo, I got a question for you.
Yeah, I might have an
How do
answer.
the people that have that are addicted to they have their own little group because they do the same thing? How do they see people they're not doing what they're doing? Do they see them differently?
They, they are victims, man. Speaking from that point of view, because I was in that sort of gathering, you see vatos that don't do like that. You figure that they're nerds and easy pickings, man. They're just uh, collateral, you could say. You see them, you know that they ain't about shit, so you go and make it a point to let them know that they ain't about shit.
because some of these people, the way they work to make money is go steal, right? They go break into vehicles, they break into homes to steal stuff and sell it for half price or whatever just to get the next high.
That,
I
that
seen this dude with those dead bolts, and all kinds of stuff that he was gonna go make some money,
I call
which
that a
meant that
master
he was
key.
gonna, yeah, that they're gonna break into homes and cars to steal to make
the
money to get the next high. That's what they would do.
Danita, how did I
That's what they
change?
consider work.
I found Jesus Christ, Danita. That's how I changed.
Sister Numbers says, yes, I had a lot of friends and people I met who shared they suffer with child abuse.
What's up, Dragon Paul? How you doing? Yeah, that's how I changed, Danita. I found Jesus Christ. Uh, I was gonna go up for 35 years because I beat the crap out of 7 people in a bar fight, and I was looking at 5 years for each body that they found on the ground unconscious. So I was looking at 35 years, Danita, and I prayed to the Lord to let the cup fall from my lips, that I didn't have to drink what was in it, that I would change my life. And they let me out, and that's when I started changing my life and started seeking Christ.
They'll rob their own people. If they have gold or jewelry and they pass out, they wake up without the gold. Just so they can get a. I seen that happen, man, at a party one time.
Thank you, Toulouse, Tutus, Tuto. Yeah, I wasn't a very good guy. I ain't gonna lie. I'm a white lie, and excuse my language. I was an asshole, like I said before, and I've said it a couple of times here on the show. If I perceived that you were looking at me, that was enough for me to whoop your ass without saying anything to you. Just jump on you and start whooping your ass. That's the way I was when since I was a teenager till I was in my 30s.
But
Cousin Abe knows.
yeah, when you're in the path, did you always have to watch your back because you didn't trust the people?
No, I always had to watch my back because I was leaving too many victims, cousin. Like I said, if
Mhm.
I perceived you staring at me as a threat, and that was enough for me to whoop somebody's ass. So I always had to keep looking over my shoulder so that I wouldn't be caught slipping. You know what I'm saying? When you're doing drugs, man, and you're beating people up, you always have to be cautious because of the guilty conscience that you wronged people, man. Me, I don't forget a face, I don't forget a name, and I don't forget what I do to people or what people do to me. Even now, man, even now that I'm clean and sober, man, I know what I've done to people, and I know that when I'm out and about, I have to be careful. Well, I used to do that. Now that I found Jesus Christ, man, I don't bother looking around to see what's gonna happen, man, because whatever's gonna happen is gonna happen no matter what. And I'm right with God, and if anything happens to me, well, then I guess it's just my time. Because you got to pay back what you do. Nobody leaves this plane into existence without paying what they owe, primo. You know what? You're right, Mike Klein. The last time I tried to smoke weed, man, I was when I drive down the street, my music is loud and my windows are down. The last time I tried to smoke weed, I was doing 20 miles an hour in a 35. My windows were up and my radio was turned off because I thought people were staring at me. I got all paniqueado, man.
KD says Abe seems to be a watchman, Jesse too.
Thank you, Liz. You're not old. You're cute. I didn't say that on live. Yeah, Primo, you know me, man. You know me. You know you of all man knows me like nobody else knows me, man. You know what I used to be like. No, I didn't have great parents, Navia. My dad was abusive. He used to whoop my ass on the regular. As a matter of fact, if there was a day that went by that he didn't whoop my ass, I thought he didn't love me because I was just used to getting my ass whooped every day.
You thought that was part of love.
Mm-hmm.
I know that feeling, cousin.
Yes, Daniela. You don't leave this plane of existence until you pay what you owe.
It's never too late to ask
Yep.
God for forgiveness to repent for
Yep.
your sins.
Well, like I said, I went through church, cousin, and it took me 2 years. And then after 2 years, I got baptized, and I've never felt as great as I do now. Well, literally, my cousin lost his mom when he was 15. I lost my mom when I was 4. Me and my brothers got abandoned, and we were everywhere with my dad. So yeah, I lost my mom at a very young
But
age.
he's the one that took y'all, cuz she
Yeah, I
didn't
know.
leave y'all. He took y'all.
I know. I
So
understand it.
yeah, she didn't abandon y'all. He took y'all. I remember when he took y'all in the vehicle. He took y'all from Grandpa Joe's house when you were because I remember then
Yep.
your mom was always looking for y'all, but she didn't know where y'all at.
It's because every time she, you want to hear the story on that, cousin? Uh, there were
Wait,
times.
there's a question here. There's a question here, cousin. Before you go to the
Okay.
story, I may ask before, maybe on Just Turn Show, but if they're a concern of a specific prayer, then when one person is freed of bondage position, that it will not leach onto someone else.
Is she looking for a specific prayer? The one that you use always helps, but Primo, our Heavenly Father.
Yeah, I always use the Our Heavenly Father. The thing about them attaching to somebody else, it always happens because there's always somebody with a spiritual opening. So they'll leave a vessel to go to a different vessel. That's what they do. That's why I tell everybody here to always maintain maybe I should rephrase it, maintain a heavenly love foundation through Jesus Christ. Because last time I used love foundation, we had somebody with a friendly hug succubus spirit in them.
Now, don't even remind me, man. I get flashbacks. I was
So
there,
let me
man.
rephrase it. You have to maintain a heavenly love foundation. Go
Yeah,
ahead,
man.
cousin. Now say what you were saying, Primo.
I forgot where I was going, man.
Oh man. Let me see if I can help you. Oh, with your mother, you were gonna say the story.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
It was really weird coming up, man. That my father would gather us together, pack us in a car, even when we were when he was living with already with my stepmom, and we would take off from the house, and we would be sleeping in churches or in the back of a car or in a camper at a car lot, or we even wound up in Mexico out there in the wilderness, man. Because he said the welfare was looking for us. It wasn't the welfare, man. It was my mom.
you know,
So we were always, every time she would try to find us, we would suffer even harder because he would take us somewhere and then forget about us, forget that he had kids. But that's the one thing, man. I always took care of my brothers. Back to you, cousin. I think I've shared a lot of trauma.
Okay, now you talk about the you were talking we were talking about the bonds the 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 bondage of
of
the
drugs.
drugs. Now let's talk about bondage of cult-like activity for people that dabble in witchcraft, necromancy, or part of a cult. Um, what are the things? I mean, we know what the signs could be of the bondage because of what they're dabbing, but what can happen to these individuals if cannot reward it? You know, when it comes to that, it's fighting within the balance, right, between
So
good
what
and
happens
evil.
to an individual when he goes outside, like let's say La Santa Muerte, and he promises things to the Santa Muerte, and then he doesn't comply with what he promises? The Santa Muerte will come and take him. It will betray
And
him.
what you mean by take them is come for his soul.
Come for his soul, come for his body, his soul, and if not, it'll betray him, and he will be caught and arrested, man. You don't mess with the Santa Muerte because it's bien traicionera.
Some of the signs of bondage that people that are doubled in dark arts, or some of the signs. I mean, I can tell you some because I know how they work. Would a how about a spirit of pride? Would it be a sign that they, because they're being controlled by something, which is bondage?
Well, what
Uh,
I've seen, because I know a lot of people from across the border, man, that are in cartels that worship that they have a lot of pride, man. They come in dressed like I'm gonna say a cowboy. They'll be showing off guns and all this, man. They'll have big chains and a bunch of gold everywhere, and they'll have most of the people that worship the Santa Muerta. They'll have a Grim Reaper on a gold chain on their chest, man. So yeah, that's a pride. You can say it's pride. Some of them are always talking about the religion, man, about the Santa Muerte to try to get people to become part of that religion. So yeah, that's a
what I can tell when somebody's being bonded in that way, uh, because what they practice, the incantations and spells that they do. I see the demons from whatever um, spells that they have in play. I can see the demons that surround them, in which when I sense the negative attachments around them because they have to identify themselves to me, then I cast them away. When I cast them away, whatever power this individual thought they had, it wasn't really any power that they had. It was just that the demons that are around them were doing things for them. That's why they flee. Signs of a bondage and possession of individuals that might be dabbling in the dark arts could be, for example, I could give many examples of that because I used to run into people like that all the time. Believe it or not, they try to use goodness, goodness, like trying to do a good deed to give you something, when they're trying to give you an item or something. But in reality, the goodness that they're doing, they're deceiving you because the item they're trying to give you most likely has a spell on it. I mean, I would see this a lot when I was growing up. But the bondage that these individuals have is not one attachment. They have many negative attachments upon them that it changes their demeanor and they act completely different than somebody's on drugs or somebody is on a bad road. It's like their works is just to mess with people. Somebody says here, Jizio, Jizio Abe, an oil kept Latino guy with long tattoos from neck down, and arms tall Indian prison tats, uses MS-13.
MS an MS-13 member will have MS tattooed on him somewhere, and it won't be little; it'll be big. So you can always tell them by the tattoo because it'll say MS-13 on the back for Mara Salvatrucha. So yeah, if you ever see anybody with a big MS-13 tattoo, they are gang affiliated. Because if they catch you wearing that and you're not affiliated, then you're a dead man. Culebri, as far as I know, most of the Palo Mayumbe religion comes from Cuba and it's come through Florida. It's made its way to Texas. So yeah, there's no surprise to me that Mexican gangs are starting to get initiated into it. Don't really want to talk about Palo Mayumbe because that might trigger the Cuban dude.
Sure.
What's his name? Jack Cuban.
Huh?
I don't want to talk about Palo Mayumbe because that seems to trigger Jack Cuban. Jay Cuban.
Say Cuban, the Dallas Mavericks.
No, Jay Cuban, the one the dude that comes on the chat later. He'll be in here later. That triggers him, man.
Yes.
When you talk about Palo Mayumbe.
All the waiting lists housing have been taken over by the MS-13 and South American gangs here in Baltimore. So it seems like I'm waiting on a bunch of nothing.
To be careful with Mara Salvatrucha. They don't play. They really are killers. Well, you could thank the government for that, artist Amber. Sorry to take up time with your that gang bullshit, cousin.
That's all right.
They're saying that the ones that you gotta watch out for now, man, in the pinta is the ¿cómo se llaman estos vatos? Uh, they're from they're from Houston, man. I can't even remember their name now.
Tango blessed.
Yeah, Tango Blast. They're the ones that you gotta watch out for in the pinta now and out in the streets. 'Cause they're the big deal now. Not to set off anybody in Tango Blast. I'm just commenting that y'all are the ones that are running the pintas now. Yeah, well, those are your tax dollars that work because cops get away with murder. I've seen the videos. Anyway, cuz getting back to the topic,
Signs of possession.
we've done marijuana, we've done cocaine, we've done crack. So
No,
we
signs of demonic possession.
hmm
What are some of the signs when somebody's being possessed?
wow. I'm gonna have to defer to you on that one, cousin. You have more experience with that than I do.
Uh, when somebody is being possessed, they don't know what they do. They don't know that the spirit that is being that's being taken over, they don't know what they do. I'll share a story with y'all. You know,
Yes, Miller people.
some of you might have heard it, some of you haven't. I was walking on the highway because I was walking towards a store. It's back in like 2005 or six, and I'm walking with the walking stick because I was recuperating from a blood clot on my left leg. And there was this man that was walking on the right side of the highway. As I'm walking behind him, probably like 60, 70 feet away from him, I see him get elevated up in the air by an unseen force, and he gets slammed on the street on the highway. Then he gets lifted up again, like around 6, 7 foot up in the air. He gets slammed three times like that, and I'm looking and I'm seeing nothing lifting him up like that. And I know for a fact that it's not him doing that to himself. So he's laid out by the rail near the bridge. So I'm trying to catch up to where he's at, and I see him across the street. When I catch up to him, and he's laid out on the ground, and I tell him, "Hey, sir, are you okay?" But he's not responding. So I walk halfway onto the bridge and across the bridge. So I stand there and I'm looking because something within me is telling me, "Don't leave him by himself." And I said, "Sir, are you okay? Are you okay, sir?" He's not responding. After asking him if he was okay, and numerous times, he finally gets up. He's stumbling and he comes walking towards me. And we're standing in the middle of the bridge. He's probably like 5 feet away from me. And I said, "Sir, are you okay? Do you need help?" He looks at me and he says, "Next time I see you, I'm going to kill you." That's what he told me. So I ignored what he said because I knew that he got slammed hard on his head for whatever picked him up in the air. Then I asked him again, "Sir, do you need help? Let me help you. Let's go across the highway to get to the store." He looked at me again and he told me again, "Next time I see you, I'm going to kill you." And his eyes look kind of reddish, you know. So it's telling me this. So I keep on telling him the same thing every time I ask him, "Sir, do you need help? Come follow me." He keeps on telling me the same thing. "Next time I see you, I'm going to kill you." Any regular person probably would have said, "You know what? This person has problems. I'm not going to f with them. You know, I'm going to leave him alone." But me, I'm different. I knew that there was an unseen force that lifted him up and slammed him. So when he was acting that way, I knew that it wasn't him because I could sense uh, a negative attention that had control of his body. So it didn't matter how many times he told me he was going to kill me. What mattered at that point in time was for me to maintain my love foundation and to continue to help him because that's what God would want me to do. At that point in time, I really wouldn't tie bond and rebuke anything. I would just pray for people or do good things in that nature, right? So I continue to use my love foundation and helping him out, and he followed me. You know, it's kind of like he was the spirit was battling the negative attachment, and there were negative attachment was trying to threaten me, but then the spirit of the man will come out and was started following me. So we were able to from the location of the bridge to the store. That's like a good 100 feet. So we was able to make it into the store. The store was a family. I think it was a Dollar General. Dollar General. So I walked into the store and I told him to wait for me at the counter because I was going to give him buy him some water. You know. So when I was trying to look for a bottle of water, he asked the store clerk working the register. He asked her, "What's her name?" And she said her name to him. And he said, "Next time I see you, I'm going to kill you." And she screamed real loud. And I said, I said, "Hey, don't worry about him. He don't know what he's saying. I found him on the bridge." He was passed out. He hit his head. He didn't know what he's saying. So I prayed over the water. I blessed it. For I asked, I prayed for the Heavenly Father to bless the water. So I opened it up and I took it to him, and he said, "Here you go, sir. Here, drink some of this water. It's going to make you feel better." So he drank the water. He was drinking the water, and when he finished drinking some of the water, he said, "Thank you. I really appreciate it for the water." It's like whatever was in him left left his body when I prayed for the water to be blessed. It took off, and he was like a whole completely different person. Uh, and he just told me thank you for the water. I asked him what happened to him. Why was he walking on the highway? He said that he was mad because he ran out of gas and he had to walk back home to get his fuel tank. What do you call them? The
The
gasoline
fuel,
tanks.
the gas can.
Yeah, a gas can. He was mad with himself because he had to go walk home to get the gas can. So that's what happened. I guess the spiritual opening was that he was pissed off because he ran out of gas and he had to walk back home to get his gas can. That when he passed through Elms Grove, where I had my encounter, the unclean spirit lifted him out, slammed him a couple of times, and possessed him. But when I blessed the water through Jesus Christ, he became normal.
Alias
He
Amber.
sees,
Yeah, he can see somebody with attachments. We prayed for somebody
yeah.
live on the show that was being possessed. Go back and look at the lives, and you'll see when
Oh yeah,
we helped that guy that he said he had been
Sean. Name was Sean
yeah, that he
or
had
Blake.
been Blake, that he had been bonded for about 10 years. That guy was really jumpy. As soon as Abe prayed for him and took that attachment off of him, his whole demeanor changed. The lighting in the room changed, and he quit fidgeting because he was while we were talking, he was like moving left, right, back and forth. He couldn't sit still. After we prayed for him, he just relaxed. He even took a deep sigh.
He completely changed his demeanor and everything. Um, There's the works that I do, brothers and sisters. That's why I tell you, I honestly don't have nothing against nobody. It's just sometimes the negative attachments that are upon the people that come in a negative way is because they really truly have negative attachments on them. They just, I guess they don't know. I know because the reason I know is because they always target me. I mean, I had the man that was possessed, the demon
Bradley,
in him, that was
his
possessing
name was
him,
Bradley.
telling me he wanted to kill me. It was Bradley. Yes, Bradley.
Welcome, Hooking Good Creations by Tina C. Welcome. Glad you found us. Welcome to the show.
So that's why when people come at me in a negative way or whatever, it's nothing new to me. The
Welcome,
reason they're going to
Overbill.
come at me in negative way is not that I'm a bad person, is because they know of the works that I do, the things that are within them know, right? Because they're being bonded. They're being bonded, and they put it in their head to go after Abe. I mean, when I started getting targeted uh, on uh, on the YouTube channel and on my page, it's because of the works that I was doing. It had nothing to do with spiritual encrypted encounters. It had nothing to do with me being affiliated with Josh Turner because I was already being targeted. It was I was being targeted because of the works that I do. Because I talk about Jesus Christ and I like helping out people spiritually. So I was what do you call it? Rustling some feathers, or what's the proper term for
Mm-hmm.
that, cousin?
Mm-hmm. You're rustling some feathers, stepping on somebody's
Yeah,
toes.
yeah. I was rustling feathers because I was bringing that spiritual aspect into this community. You know, so people wasn't liking it because I was talking spiritually and speaking in truth, spiritual truth.
You need to audacious Amber. If you're having that problem that you can't even speak good things aloud because they don't have downhill, then you need to strengthen your faith in Jesus Christ and have a try to get a better relation with Jesus Christ.
Ruffling feathers. There you go, ruffling feathers. Yeah. Yeah, I had some big things that there was the one dealing with Bigfoot with Christians and stuff, and then I found out through one of the members they told me that it was a cult, and they're like, "I think they don't like you in here." I said, "Well, that's my cue to leave because I was bringing the spiritual aspect of things." Who said
Hmm.
those Masons peoples contact them, tell them they want to be part, they want you to be part of the Masons because they can use you.
Well,
That's happened to me, and
use
I
you is
said
the
no.
right terminology. Use you is the right terminology.
I was like,
Hello,
no,
cornrow fishing.
I'll pass.
You fell asleep, John Robinson? Sorry about that, brother. Welcome back.
I don't know. That's the first time I see him in there tonight.
Who? John Robinson?
Yeah.
He was here yesterday and the day before.
Oh, okay. How's everybody doing? How you doing, John Robinson? So I'm just giving you an example of when somebody might have a negative attachment on them, especially the key word was that his body got lifted up in the air and slammed by an unseen force. That's when you know there's something ain't
That's
right, and he was being attacked by something spiritually.
oh yeah. Oh yeah. You being picked it up 5 or 10 feet in the air and slammed down. Yeah, there's something wrong right there.
So I knew I couldn't leave the guy by the edge of the bridge because if he was being possessed, all he had to do is jump in front of a car and he'll get run over, or he could get drugged into the woods. So I didn't let that happen. I stood my spiritual ground and I took in a safety. And the demon that had him possessed was pissed off. He kept on telling me, "Next time I see him, I'm going to kill you," because he already knew I was going to help him. Like I said, past, the past, the present, and the future. Spiritually, it was mad at me because he knew I was going to help him. It didn't matter what he was going to come out of his mouth because he had control of the guy. I was still going to help him. So that's what he said right off the bat. Next time I see you, I'm going to kill you because he knew I was going to help out the guy.
Yeah, no, man. The last guy that told me that, I chased him down the street, hit him in the back of the head with a mag light. That was a real cretin
I
back then,
helped him
cousin.
because I knew that something that what it was in him, it was in him. I mean, the way he got, you should have seen how high he went up in the air and he got slammed hard 3 times, knocked the crap out of him, man. There was no LeBron James there, no lip flop. This guy got elevated 6 to 7 feet in the air and slammed to the ground 3 times simultaneously. That's when I had to
Ooh,
go into
man.
spiritual action. Even though I was walking with a cane, even though I had a blood clot in my leg, sometimes when you see people getting attacked away, you can't worry about the things that you got. You have to fight spiritually and do the good deeds. I'm just letting you know uh story of how signs of that was a signs of a possession. I got another one. Well, I'll let cousin Jesse if you want to share something. What do you think about that? Or anybody got any questions? Because I got another story for y'all.
Well, I remember when my dad got possessed right before my mom split that he got my brother. He sat me on his right leg and put my brother Joe on his left leg, and my little brother Gilbert. He was still in the carrier. He put him in front of him, and he told us to give him a kiss. We gave him a kiss. He kissed Gilbert, and he walked out of the room. But me being a curious, like I always was curious, and I was getting into shit. I followed him, and I saw him hang himself, man. So he was possessed, and whatever possessed him tried to destroy his vessel. So I saw him swing, man. He was swinging, twitching, tongue hanging out, and I went and got help. And it was not ironic. The person that cut him down was the person my mom took up with.
Oh wow.
Yep,
Which was Luis.
yeah, stepdad. He had her when we got back that he wasn't twitching anymore, man. His eyes were rolled back to the back of his head. His tongue was hanging out, and as soon as he cut him down, he started breathing. He wasn't dead yet. So yeah, so I got to see my daddy swing from a rope, man. But I knew that he was possessed because my daddy never would have done that.
So how can you tell? I mean, what did you see that it wasn't your dad? That
It's
something
just that
had possessed him?
the I knew
His
my dad,
demeanor.
the way he was acting, the energy coming off of him when he told us to give him a kiss. It wasn't my dad, man. The energy felt all wrong. Like you, me, I was able to when those things are around. I feel them, man. I've been sensitive to them since I was a kid. When spirits and demons like that come around, dude, I feel them, man, because the energy's off, man. I've always been able to feel them like that. But yeah, luckily I got to somebody in time to cut him down, and you know the rest of the story. Oh no, he didn't die. Hooking and creation, he died maybe about going on about 4 years. Well, there are certain things that a child should not see, and that was one of them. I got traumatized by that too, to the fact that I couldn't. I got a separation anxiety, and my dad would leave. I was scared because I didn't think I'd be seeing him again.
Yeah, brother exuberance. The guy he survived. I made sure when he walked the opposite way from the bridge. Like I said, he was walking home. Uh, he seemed normal to me. He walked, like his whole demeanor changed. He wasn't gonna say he didn't ever. He just told me thank you for the water, but he don't remember what happened to him. He don't remember me helping him across the bridge or nothing. He just knew that I bought him a water, gave him a water at the store. He don't remember anything else. He don't remember what happened to him on the bridge. Uh, but that's what normally happens. People do not remember what happened to them.
So yeah, that's one thing of being possessed. Yeah, I've seen that and felt that personally, man. But he lived to a good old age of what was it? I think 670 something, man. His birthday's coming up here in a couple of days. He'll be 81 years old. He's been dead 4 years now.
Yeah, man, I have several. This is the some of these locations when things happen is, believe it or not, is not in crazy places. It's happened in public, in restaurants. It's happened in locations like in a swimming pool. Uh, I can share another story. like I said, I've had a lot of experiences dealing with people that are possessed or being demonized that momentarily. There was a female that was from New York. She had scars all over her body, on her elbows, knees, ankles, um, on her face, because she was in an abusive relationship, right? So I would just listen to the stories that you say, and she said that she had a lot of hatred and vengeance for the man that did this to her, which was her husband. That wasn't together no more. So she had moved to Colleen because her
Welcome,
sister's
Monsoon.
husband was in the military. So, she was just telling me the stories and all this stuff or what happened. And then she said that this started happening because he was in the military, that when he came back from Afghanistan, then she said that he would act like he was demonized and stuff like this, right? That when he was beating her up, that he wasn't himself, that he looked demonized. That's what she would tell me. That that's why she was beat up so badly by him. So I just told her that maybe she needs to forgive him, forgive him what has ever happened and just move on forward with her life. And she said it was hard for her to forgive him. So we left it at that. There's one conversation I had with her. I was at the pool with my son. It was a Saturday. My son was at the time, he was already like 6 or 7 years old. So he's swimming in the water and I'm in there with the pool. It's just by ourselves. We're in the deep. I heard the gate open and is that lady. She walks in and goes in the water. And she's in the water. Um, she's just looking at me real very strangely, but she looks normal. And I say, "Hey, how you doing?" And she's just looking at me and she says, "Ooh," she said, "I feel something on my back." And she went like this. When she went like this, she had a millipede on her back, and she threw it like this to the side of the pool. And I said, "Oh, it's just coincidental." And I'm looking in the pool. There's no bugs in the pool. And then she looked at me again. She said, "Oh, I feel something." She went like this, had a spider, and threw it out of the pool. And she's looking at me. And said, "Man, where are these bugs coming from?" And then she's like, "Ooh, I feel something else." And she went like this, had a roach on her back, and threw it like that. And she's looking at me. And I was like, "Wait a moment." I'm looking like this. There's no bugs in the water. Where are these bugs coming from? Uh, it's like something didn't seem right to me. I think the last bug that she pulled out of her bag was a freaking scorpion that she pulled off her back and she threw. Because I know there was a couple. When I seen that, it's like, oh, something ain't right with this picture. So I grabbed my son. I took him. I swam him. Well, he knew how to swim. So I told him, "Mijo, swim to the ladder." Said, "Wait for me outside the pool." And I said, "Okay. Think I'll talk to you later." And she's just standing in the pool like this. So he gets out of the pool. I get out real fast out of the pool. I'm not afraid, but I'm freaking out what I'm seeing. So we're walking on the side and she's just like this on the pool and she's looking at me sideways like this. Like she's not acting like herself. And I'm thinking that maybe she's having a flashback of the violence from her husband
Welcome,
and
Under Fire.
something of that nature, but that wasn't explaining the bugs, where they come from. To me, it's a form of infestation, which would be a sign of possession, right? An infestation like that, where bugs coming out of nowhere, that's a sign of possession. So I go to the house. I told my son to take a shower to get the chlorine off. He takes a shower, then I jump in the shower, and I take a shower. And when I finish, my sister Beatrice, she's like, "Hey, remember that the friend of yours that you were telling me about New York?" So yeah, so she's been sitting out. She's been standing there for about 30 minutes. Where? What are you talking about? Look. I went to the front door, opened the door. She's
Okay.
standing on my parking lot, looking towards the restroom where I was taking a shower, and her eyes were rolled back white, and foam is coming out of her mouth. And I just closed the door and we start praying. What am I supposed to do? At that time,
Thank you,
I
sir.
was growing spiritually. I really didn't know too much about tithing and rebuking in Jesus Christ's name. I was just going to prayer. Uh, but yes, I believe that she's being demonized by the same thing that her husband was being demonized. That it was jumping from person to person. Um, I'm thinking that her husband. I think there was a movie that came out of a guy that had gone to Afghanistan and that they found something out there. I'm thinking that could be dealing with them because the story that she said when I seen that movie, it's like, wait a moment, is this the same lady? Uh, because she said her husband used to be in the military. That when he came back from Afghanistan, he was like a whole completely different person that was being demonized. That was the last time I ever seen her. I never went looking for her after that incident. Um, the spiritual opening that she could have had was the unforgiveness that she wanted vengeance, but she was literally totally possessed. Where all these bugs were coming out of her. They were all coming from her back because she was pulling them out of her back, and I'm like, how is she doing this? There's no bugs in the water. The swimming pool was bug free, so that meant that she was being possessed. I'm just giving you examples. I don't want to scare
See,
nobody.
see, seeing something.
Nobody. Not only want to make the lechuza sound. I'll make a lechuza sound if you don't hit the like buttons.
I'll send the
Or your
Llorona to
cousin
your
just
house if
gonna
you
call
don't
up
hit
on
the
the
like
Llorona.
button. I'll get the chamuco to come out of your closet.
Hey, man, my hairs are standing up just talking about this. You should have seen how she looked. She was not a small woman. She was a big woman.
Yeah, man, I'm afraid of
Uh,
roaches.
she was whew, she was taller than me, so she was like 6 foot and big.
Oh wow, she was a big one.
Yeah, she was a tall woman. Kind of like
Somebody
who was the one that
here
had a ex-wife like that? Was it Renner? Who's the one that talks about their ex-wife? Yeah,
runner.
Renner. So I never went looking for her again. I never went back looking for her, but I knew that she had a negative attachment because it fully manifested in the water. I had to protect my son, so we got the
I
hell out
feel
of
you
there.
on that, Madeline. They wrote a song
But yeah,
about it.
witness
How
said
did
this is
roaches
just
get
love, huh?
started?
Sure,
Started
but
by
it
the
happens,
dirty
yes.
people.
So I think as many roaches she had, she would have competed with a certain roach person that we know.
He who shall remain nameless.
Remember, remember what I said. Remember what I said, brothers and sisters. Infestation, roaches, all these bugs that were coming out of her back. That's a form of infestation.
Could also be the signs of the legion.
Yes, the way she was acting, brother and sister, was weird. Like, I got something here. Like, oh, how did that get there? Her demeanor would change when she would throw the look. All my hairs are standing up. I just by talking about it. She would change her demeanor. Like it's like I could tell that there was something in her. All my hairs are standing up right now, brothers and sisters. Just been talking about this. Look, all the goosebumps. I got. Let me show it to y'all. My hairs. Well,
What's
I don't know if you can see
up?
them. They're all standing up.
Smurfy. Smurfy says, "Hey, what's up with you and 6 foot tall women who foam at the mouth?" Because that's like the third or fourth time you said the woman you saw was foaming at the mouth.
Well, that's what I see, man. It's literally foam coming out of her mouth. I'm
He
talking
gives a
about,
fever.
uh, when somebody has a seizure, that they start foaming from the mouth. That's a form of like a possession. That's what it is. Okay, imagine that. That's not the only person that I've seen foam from the mouth like that. Um, there was another time, brother said, in the same area. This time I was cutting through the woods, and I seen those old camera projectors like they use for photography. So I see it in the middle of the path. I was like, man, that's pretty big. I wonder what they're doing. And I was trying to cut through the path to go to the store because it was getting dark. I didn't want to go all the way around. And there was a white lady there with a camera, and there was a African woman dressed in a light blue dress, beautiful dress, and she had a floral thing on her head. You know, they were taking pictures, and I asked her if I could walk through there real quick, just because I would have to go all the way around. She said, sure. So she was standing on the path, was nearby where I seen the tall DDN. She was standing right there by that tree. So as I was passing in front of, between the woman with the camera and her, she looked at me, freaking eyes turned rolled back white. There we go. Foam started coming out of her mouth, and she started peeing on herself.
Oh wow, golden shower.
You could see the pee go on the dress, and the dress, you could see it dripping down her legs, down to her feet. And she was talking a whole different language, looking at me. So I started saying to Our Father. I got out of there, and I did not go back through there again. I went all the way around after that, but I seen that happen to her. That was a demonic possession. She was talking a different language. I don't know what she was saying. The person with the camera had to stay there with her while she was in that situation. I think the camera pictures had to stop. Especially, I never went back to see what happened. If anything happened to the lady or what, because she was possessed. I never went back. I don't know. The way she was dressed, it looked like she was like a voodoo priestess or something. You know,
R. Kelly's cousin. Oh, she wanna
I
pee
never,
on you.
I never seen her again, man. I don't know. You know, somebody when somebody had that's another way, another form. We know that when somebody urinates and they're foaming, it's like that's a spiritual opening. She could have had a spirit of a succubus or incubus in her. Yeah, that's why it was peeing the way it was. She was peeing.
No, it wouldn't be a pre-lechusa elastic machinery. It would be a pichusa.
she wasn't that tall. That one wasn't as tall as the other one where we started talking about height. All I know is, man, I don't know if she was part of a cult, but all I know she was being demonized. I don't know what she believed in or what, but I know that she was being demonized by something. I'm just giving you signs of what to look for when somebody's being possessed. Well, you ever heard the story of that the damn gypsy that I told you all about? Another way that you can tell of a person being possessed is they might not look like what they seen, what you might encounter.
Thanks,
Uh,
exuberance.
you, you heard me say that story the other day when I
About
was in Germany.
the
Yeah,
witch.
yeah, man, true
You said she was
story.
foaming at the mouth too, right?
Yeah,
Hey, but I know why she was foaming at the mouth. It was all that German beer.
it could have been. Just Jesse got the voice for R. Kelly songs. What the hell?
She wanna pee on you. Yes, she do.
Somebody said, Soulful says, sometimes I have chicken feet, sometimes I have no feet. How about you want to try maybe since you're talking about shapeshifter skinwalkers, how about maybe deer feet or goat feet?
The deer feet. I'm remembering the deer woman you saw that the leg was like phasing.
I wasn't the only one that seen it. My nephew seen it too because he was there with me. He was like, "What the?" He said, "What the fuck is that, Unc?" Uh, there was a certain individual that wanted me to take him to Elms Grove, but he never took the offer. I had told him like, man, it had been 2 years ago. I said, I'll show you around in Elms Grove. Let me know. He never took the offer, and I guess he decided not to be my friend no more. And he told me that he was not going to go to Elms Grove with me. I said, okay, that's fine. Don't go. I don't think he would have lasted in Elms Grove. I believe he would have been a victim of the things that are in that location. They're very, how should I say, territorial. And if a person has a spiritual opening, they will attack.
So, Smurfy, you overstretched your hand for that joke, man. That's probably just a knee slapper at the most. Haters wanna hate, lovers wanna love. I don't even want none of the above. I wanna pee on you. Yes, I do.
Here's another one, believe it or not, brothers and sisters. We're talking about possessions. If you see somebody crawling the wall, crawling up a wall, and they're up in a wall, that might be possessed.
Get the holy water.
If they're crawling the wall, looking down at you, or you're praying, they might be possessed. Well, they are possessed.
That's exactly what I said, Smurfy. What joke?
I seen it happen to my one of my uncles. Uh, I've said the story. It's a long story, but I'll get to the part where the I call him the goat man, but he was a demon. They would say, "There's a man with boots coming to our house to the front porch." And so, how do you know it's a man in boots? He says, "Because we hear the sounds of the boots." Well, it wasn't the sound of the boots that they were hearing; it was the sound of the hoofs that they were hearing. And they say he had been coming for a whole week to the house, and we went over there just to see who this man in boots is coming to their house. Then you hear him come, and he's pacing back and forth on the front porch, and he's yelling for my uncle to come outside, and you could hear the sounds of the hoops. Uh, my uncle didn't want to go outside because he was scared. But after that, he literally got possessed, where he was very sick. He will act like a rooster, and he was acting like a rooster. We were praying for him. Then he ran and jumped on the wall, and he started climbing the wall. He was literally climbing the wall, like crawling on the wall, like a
Cabrón, he was
lizard.
Spider-Man?
Huh?
Like Spider-Man?
Yeah, like climbing the wall. He was climbing the
What the
wall,
fuck?
and we were praying for him, and he was sticking out his tongue while he was on the wall. And as we were praying for him, whatever was in him flew out of his body. The dark, the unclean spirit flew out of his body. When it flew out of his body fell on the bed, and the dark, sh- the dark spirit, unclean spirit flew, and he ripped the screen window. He ripped the screen window and took it out when he left the house. And my uncle became normal. We were praying for him. We're getting rid of the demon that was in him. Exuberant says he calls it the excellent chi. Well, there was actually somebody sent that to my through somebody sent that to my uncle. I know who sent it because I was there, and I recognized recognized who this demon was, or the goat man, whatever you want to call him,
The Sadar?
or whatever it is. Yeah, I recognized him.
Who was it?
Well, it was the thing that went to my grandmother's house
Oh, okay, okay.
when he was eating the capirutada. They said he wanted to take me, and she said that she wanted because he was there to collect her soul. And she said she wanted more time, and she said he'd give her one more year, but then she had to give him a name of a family member, and the name she gave up was my uncle that got spiritually attacked.
Yes, those folks are called generational curses, the curses that
I'll let
stay
you
in the
take over
family a
for a
long
little bit,
time.
cousin. I gotta go use the restroom real quick.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Now hit those like buttons if you don't want the Llorona going to your house, because I have her on speed dial. So how's everybody doing? How do you rate the show so far? Very creepy exuberance. Face screen smiling. I don't know what all this is. The hand waving face, hat wearing. I don't. What is all that? Cool. Cooking good creations. Thank you. Cooking good creations. Thank you, Danita. You know how we do exuberance? You've been here. You're mine. You know what we do here. Oh, my Lizzie, Lizzie, you listening? Awesome. Yes, Smurfy. And that's the goal of it all is not to have fear of the demons. The more you know, the less fear you have. Welcome back, cousin.
Thank you. Thank you. Hope everybody's enjoying the show tonight.
You see the question, cousin?
Was that
Ivy says if I can explain a little more about someone not showing up on video when recording.
somebody not?
Showing up on a video that they're recording. Hmm.
I don't understand what she's trying to say.
Well, if the soul is being attacked by a Nosferatu, I guess, Ivy, uh, because according to legend, Nosferatu can't be seen in mirrors, and they cast no shadow either. So if they're dealing with the Nosferatu, then that would be, in my opinion, why you wouldn't be seeing them on video when recording. I'm pretty sure you have. If you're Mexican and Cherokee blood, Zofo, that you've seen some crazy things in your life. Most people with Indian heritage have seen stuff that most people don't see. Yes, Zofo, only God can save. Well, the ones that make themselves difficult to root out, Smurfy, Jesus Christ, the only way you can root those out is with fasting and meditation. Yes, Don Pelayo, Joshua is the King of Kings. Exactly, Smurf. Exactly. Anybody have any questions for my cousin Abram for the story that he just shared? Time is ticking. 2 hours, cousin. We've been on 2 hours.
What
Been a
time we
good
got?
show, huh?
120.
But we've been on for 2 hours and 3 minutes. Yes, Murphy. That's what Jesus said. Only with that can you cast out the ones that are hard to cast out with fasting and prayer.
Yeah, I got more stories about possessions and stuff. I know Smurfy. Who's the one that was talking about foam in the mouth
That's Murphy.
when
It's Murphy.
the reason
Yes,
that they become
hooking good creations. Me and my cousin have been seeing things since we were children, and it runs in our bloodline, family bloodline. His sisters see, my siblings also see. So yes, we've been seeing things our whole life. But he can tell
I'm
you that
able to.
himself.
Yeah, that's what I used to go help cleanse people's houses and stuff like that because I'm able to see the dark spirits or unclean spirits that are in the house. I'm able to see if it's a regular spirit of somebody that used to live there, or It was a dark entity, a dark spirit that's has invaded their home.
You're welcome, Danita Whitson. We try to put on a good show every night.
Yeah. Something was resonating to me when cousin Jesse was saying how his father was acting strange and stuff like that, and he went off and did that. It wasn't him that hung himself. It was the demon that was in him that did that. That's why he's acting strange. He was not acting himself. I noticed something like that when I was in Operation Desert Storm before we fought the Medina, the Medina Republican Guard. I remember they were changing out the engine off our tank, and they were doing some services on it, and they were working on the engine on the VPAC. There was this E7. He was looking at me, and he was acting
Hi, Joe.
strange.
Welcome.
He was looking at me, and he was saying, "I don't want to die." And it's like, "What do you mean you don't want to die?" And he's just looking at me, and he's saying, "I don't want to die." I say, You're not going to die. Uh, we're the ones that are going to fight the enemy when we go into the battle. So we're going to make sure that everybody makes it because we're going to go fight and we're going to win. We're going to defeat the enemy. Then he looks at me again. He says, "I don't want to die."
Cool, John
He turns
Robinson.
around and he walks towards the outdoor latrine. He closes the door of the latrine and he's just looking at me. Before he closes the door, he's just looking at me real weird and he closes the door. As he closes the door, next thing you know, I just hear, you know, he took his life in the outdoor restroom. But I don't think it was him. I think something. I think the fear factor that he said he didn't want to die. He was scared that there was a spiritual opening that out there. It could be the degenerate, whatever unclean spirit was that possessed him. Well, he had control over me. Just at that time, I was only 19. I didn't have this. I mean, I had some spiritual abilities, but not the spiritual abilities I have now through Jesus Christ. That when he was telling me that he didn't want to die, it was the unclean spirit that was in him identifying himself to me, like basically telling me that he had possessed this guy. It's just I didn't know, at the time. We had a repack. I was working on the repack, and I didn't think nothing of it. That it was a demon that had was letting me know, like I'm fixing to take this guy, and there's nothing you can do about it. And especially when he was saying I don't want to die. I just didn't think anything about it. I was 19 years old, but it happened out there. Fear is a spiritual opening for those and for the people of pride and machismo. Because I know there's a lot of people that they have machismo and they think they can talk to people disrespectfully and think that they can beat up everybody. That right there is a spiritual opening. You gotta remember one thing: this things that possess people. The only thing they're interested is to collect their soul. That's all they want.
Yeah, that's the mission. Destroy the vessel to collect the soul.
Okay, it sounds that some don't believe in God, so they have no foundation in life. Yeah, I'm just saying, man, that I've seen it. I've seen people they don't care. If the person opens up to anger and violence, then the unclean spirit already got the advantage because where they're too focused on dealing things here on earth in the flesh, where this unseen enemy they're working overtime in the spirit, and to them is about collecting souls. I'm just here. That's what getting spiritual encrypted encounters to awaken people, my brothers and sisters. I mean, the war is here. Instead of being divided, we should be united, fighting for the good cause. But for some reason, people want to be divided. But that's part of the balance. Part of the yin yang. It's been like this for centuries, I guess.
Yes, yes, yes.
Uh, so that right there is what resonated when cousin Jesse was saying about his dad was what happened to that guy. Sometimes I'm not going to say that sometimes people know what their fate is, but when the person is not acting like themselves, that means that something's already controlling the narrative of that timeline because they want a certain thing to happen. That's why I say to you, we have to maintain a love foundation, have a relationship with Jesus Christ, because He's the only way we're going to be able to identify this kind of thing spiritually, and not just identify, but fight spiritually against them, because we have to fight for our loved ones. Am I right, cousin?
Yes, yes, yes.
Or, or for people in general,
I've been protecting my little brother since I was 4 years old, man. I used to dress one and feed the 6 month old because my little brother was 6 months old when my dad and mom split up. And I kept him alive. He's 50 something now, man. My baby brother kept him alive, man. Not bad for a 4 year old, man. I did good. And like I said, like the time that that 18-year old pushed my two little brothers off the bike, I kicked his ass through his house and out the back door. I went into his house, man. He messed with my little brothers. Welcome, Eve. Yeah,
uh,
you attempted seppuku? Wow.
the
That
hell.
nah. I love me some me, Smurfy. I don't think I could ever harm myself. You sure it was seppuku and not harakiri?
You're welcome, Sister Danita. Thank you for tuning in. How you doing? Casual
Welcome.
conversation with GNA. How you doing?
Good night, Danilo Whitson.
Oops. Go.
Hi. Casual
I'm more than
conversations.
sure that everybody's got experienced something of that nature that leaves you with a big question mark. How about another way? Another form of that is a complete stranger approaching you, and they know things about you that nobody knows. I'll give you an example of that,
Good
and
night,
you tell
Danilo.
me what you think about this. If it's a bondage, a possession, or it's a demon. I was in Germany going to this bar. I was 19 years old. It was called Cheers. When I opened the door, it was like the same scenery, nothing but smoke came out of the door, bunch of drunk GIs, and I said, you know what? I'm just gonna go back to the bed. I don't want to wake up with a hangover, having to hydrate with Gatorade because I drank too much. So I'm just gonna take my money and go home. When the door closed, I turned around. There was a man standing behind me. He had an umbrella. He had a long brown coat, and he had a hat. Nice, nice hat. With a nice shoes on. He had a cane. He looked at me, and the first thing he said to me Because normally they'll greet you with good evening in their language. The first thing he said to me is, "I know who you are," and I was like, "I don't know who you are," and he's talking a different accent. The first thing he told me, well, one of the first things is, "I know who your grandmother and grandfather are." Mind you, my grandfather died and grandmother died. My grandfather died in the 70s, and my grandmother died in 1980 or 79, somewhere around there. So he's telling me that he knows who they are. And I'm in Germany in a foreign country. I'm like, this guy's full of shit. He's just trying to play me, right? So I said, "Who's my grandmother, grandfather? If you know who they are." He said he said their names. Said my grandfather's name, all even the middle names. Said them, and I was like, "Whoa, man, this is coincidental." And then I said, "Okay, what's my parents' names?" He said my parents' names and all my brothers and sisters' names. So I was like, "Well, this is getting very confusing very quick." Thinking within myself. Then I asked one more question. I asked, "What's the name of my hometown?" He said the name of my hometown. That right there was like something I'll never forget because there's no way I'm in a foreign country. I got a foreigner talking a different language, knowing all this information about me. There was only two things I could think of at that time since know about the ballots. It's either something demonic, it could have been an angel, but it said one thing that to me was demonic. It said they knew my grandmother and my grandfather, so it could have been a generational curse uh, going through the time through the generation to generation will be a demon. I didn't tell anything any didn't say anything no more to it. I turned around and walked away from it, and I never looked back. I didn't run away from it. I just walked away from it. Sometimes, spiritually, if you don't understand what the situation is, or don't know what's going on, sometimes it's not meant for you to hang around and try to see what the situation is about, you know. And I didn't want to know what it was about, so I walked away from it.
I don't know, cause it sounds to me kind of like it might have been a Nosferatu. I'll be back.
The love of my life keeps me safe from evil. I'm sure it's through Jesus. Never talks about it. He just has a way about him. So I just want to, and what the viewers think about it. I'm 19 years old. You know, didn't even drink. I'm not drunk. I'm sober. When I got on there to open the door, there was nobody beside me, behind me. I opened the door, closed it because I didn't feel like drinking. And then this man is standing there right behind me. This happened to me in Erlangen, Germany, when I was 19 years old. And I'll never forget that situation. Somebody said he was attached to me. I don't know. All I know, he knew my bloodline. That's all I know. He knew my bloodline. He knew my parents. He knew all my brothers and sisters. Not unless it was a form of KGB, something dealing with the government. They didn't know your history. But who want to mess it with who would want to mess with me like that? I mean, I didn't have no valuable information to give to anybody, but he knew who I was. He just didn't know who I was. He knew on my bloodline. Yes, that's what I felt. That's why I didn't want to continue the conversation or what he had to say to me. I just walked away from him. I didn't get scared, but I thought about it the following day. Like, how could that be? How did this person have? I remember back in the war, where in our home, right beside our hometown, there was a location called the labor camp. The labor camp kept POWs from the war. There was Germans that were being held captive there because there were POWs, which was called the labor camp, which it was nearby my hometown. Now, the question about that I think of is this: like cousin Jesse said, what if it was in Nosferatu, the Numa bloodline, or what if it was a something dealing like it's about curses, a lycanthrope or a werewolf. You know, I lean more to demonic slash possible Nosferatu.
Hi, Robert
That's what I
Maronite.
felt.
How you doing? That's what it sounds like to me, cousin. If it was speaking to you in a foreign language, but it knew your
Yeah,
family lineage.
and you from and yeah, he had the accent, kept the accent when he told me what their names were and everything.
Yeah, that's the like I said. If it knew your lineage, right down to your grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, then it's been following you for a while. If you knew everybody, even your brothers and sisters, it could only be a Nosferatu.
Well, then it's like 2 weeks later, I went to the same bar. The bar's name was Cheers, and this time I did go inside the bar, and I said, "Okay, I'm going to have me a couple of drinks." I was just trying to forget about that incident that happened to me with that individual, whatever it was. So I'm there, and I'm looking at the clock, and I said to myself, "I'm leaving at 1 because if I stay here at 2, all the drugs are going to come out. I just want to make it back uh, to the village safely." I stepped outside. It was cold outside and it was winter time. So I'm stepping outside out of the bar and just trying to get some fresh air before I go walking back to the billets. It was a good distance to walk. So as I'm there in front of the bar named Cheers or the pub, that's what they call them, pubs. Uh, there's a park in front of the pub. I see a woman walking in a white gown, or should I say like lingerie. She's walking in the park and I see her coming my direction. And I'm looking at her like, what is she doing? It's cold as hell out here. And she's walking in a gown, or like a gown or nightie or whatever you want to call it. And it's cold. And she's walking barefooted. And she walks and crosses the street and stands right in front of me. And she says, this is what she says to me. She looked pale from the face. You could see through the gown, everything. She looks at me and she said, I want you to go to be with me. That's what she said. And I'm looking at me and I said, ma'am, I don't know who you are. And then she said, I want you to go with me. And she pointed like this. And there was a room that had a lamp on. She pointed to the room. I said, that's where I live. I want you to go with me so we can be together. And I was like, ma'am, I don't want to go with you. Said, there's a lot of GIs in there. You can pick any GI. You go be with one of them because I don't want to go with you. And then she said, no, I want you. I don't want nobody else. I want you to come with me. And I had never met her before in my life. So I followed my spiritual instinct, even though there was temptation or however she looked. I didn't fall into the temptation. It just seemed weird to me how it happened. So I just turned around and walked away from her. You know, I know Smurfy wouldn't have done that or Renner wouldn't have done that, but
Me
I'm
either.
just a little bit different.
Me
I'm
either.
just a little bit different when it comes down to that, man. My instincts told me, as pale as she was, as cold as it was, the way she looked, right, the way your skin was, there's either two things that she was, either a ghost or Nosferatu. That's what I
Also,
didn't go with.
when you said she was pale in the face, I automatically assumed she was Nosferatu, especially if she's in the 90. Yeah, could only be. Me too, Smurfy, and so would Ridge Runner. We would have fell for it. That
Renner
was
said,
a
I'll be
different.
dead already. I'll be
Yeah,
dead already.
so would I, and so would Ridge Runner.
Yeah, so I didn't go for it, man. It's a screw that. So I went back to the billets. I told some of my friends what happened, and they were making fun of me. They're like, "You're afraid of
Kitty cat.
kitty cats." Hell
Yum,
no.
yum, yum. You just didn't want to be the buffet.
Hey, cousin, I'm talking it was cold that night. I'm talking about it was like 20 degrees outside. That's that kind of cold, almost between 20 to like 16 degrees. It was cold in Germany. She was walking around in a lingerie and barefooted.
Yeah, if it's cold and she's in lingerie and barefooted, then she ain't touching the floor.
No, she was
She's
touching the
floating.
floor. She was touching the floor. She wasn't floating.
That's
It was
fine too.
weird.
Tuto. Runner. No, don't say succubus because it brings bad memories. I'm scarred from that fool that came in here, Mr. Huggabus.
I mean, she was a very beautiful woman, but it looked like she had no blood in her body, man. As pale as she looked, it looked like she had no blood in her, man. I was looking to see if she even had a trail of freaking needle marks in her veins or nothing. I couldn't see nothing. She
Wow.
looked like a ghost. But
Nosferatu, cousin.
I'm thinking she was more of Nosferatu. She was trying to lure me to a trap. That's what I believe.
Yes, Yvette, field goal, vampire Nosferatu. That's not Kamala, that's Kamoto.
Yeah, I just had to share that, man. When you have things that you experience like that, you remember what you go through. It's like it's always going to be with you, man. We're talking about signs of bondage, signs of possession. Well, shit, I've seen some weird shit. I just wish that we had the technology then of what we have now. All these
Well,
things that I've ever
I'm
witnessed to be able to capture it on camera.
I'm kind of glad they didn't have cameras back then when I was coming up like they do now because I got away with a lot of bad shit, man, that would have come up on camera.
Somebody says, always remember, evil never walks alone. Yeah, shit. You
I
want to hear
remember cooking.
something
What?
weird that happened to me? No, go
Mm.
ahead, cousin. I'll let you,
No,
let you speak.
I just remember when we lived out there on the ranch and the Pennington Farms, and that when we would take off from your house, yeah, en la madrugada, that we would have to walk out there. We would always feel like something was walking behind us, man. Something you feel the energy, man. You know. Then there was no lights walking out on that highway, man. It was a 2.5 mile walk, nothing but country because cows, open fields. So there was always a feeling of something evil following you, man. I'm just glad we never ran into a dog man or a Nosferatu, La Llorona, or anything like that, man. But the feeling was there, man. You could feel it as you were walking out that country highway, man, going out of town. You could always feel something off, man, like something was following you.
Yeah.
But we did it anyway because we'd be high. We'd always be smoking weed on the way back and on the way into town and the way out of town. We always That's why we didn't care, man, that my mom didn't take us to town. We'd walk. I had a radio and I had marijuana, so we'd walk to town. She'd pass by and honk, and we'd just be laughing because she's thinking she's punishing us, and we're walking to town. By the time we get to town, we're all baked. Go to your house. What you got to eat, cuz? Oh wow, Smurf, that's crazy.
What did you say?
He said that street lights used to turn off when he used to walk under them, and he's not talking about that one random glitchy one that might happen, like 5 or 6 in a row. When he walked under them, they would turn off. Yeah, you said you were into black magic, so you probably were highly demonized at the time.
Signs of bondage and possession. You ever remember anything else, cousin, that you witnessed, or you seen like people or somebody you crossed paths with? I know. Well, when you
Mm,
talk about Juan Garza, what would you witness with a mom? Because you said she was a bruja.
his
Did you
grandma
witness
was a witch, man.
like things of
She
bondage and possession?
well, she was obviously possessed by something, cousin, because when I came around her, I would always feel uneasy. Se me paraban los pelos de los brazos and on the back of my head, and get those goosebumps, man. She would just creep me out, man. And the way she would look at me and smile, like I was a victim. And yeah, she would always put me in an uneasy state, man. So that's why when we went to his house, I never wanted to go in there. And it smelled funny in her house, man.
What
There
did it
was
smell like?
it smelled like some
Right,
kind of
like something was
nasty
rotting.
nasty incense, man. It smelled like tobacco or something like that. I couldn't quite put the smell what it was. But yeah, there would always be the like a evil feeling when you get near that house, man. But that's where he lived, and we hung out. So yeah, I'd go over there because mainly he was the only friend I really had that put up with my bullshit. But yeah, man, every time we go over there, he would show me things, man, like the black candles with the cobras on them. That he said that if anybody messed with him, he would light those and go into their dreams and hurt them with those snakes on the candle, and that the fact that he could transform into a lechuzo, that was also weird. But yeah, you could tell that she had something in her, man. She
You ever
just
see any like shadow spirits around her?
her
Unseen
house was
spirits?
always her house was always dark, man. She had there was no light that would come into that house, man. It was always dark in there, so you really couldn't see any shadow spirits because there was
This is what
no sunlight.
my sister said she looked like a witch. Let me send you a link. See if it works today. If you want to join, I'll send you a link. Hopefully, we'll get it working.
Yeah, man. There was no sunlight that was in that house, man. It was always dark in there, even in the daylight. So there was no way you could. I mean, you could like in the bathroom, you could sense something in there, or you could feel something coming off of his uncle that didn't talk. Like he had something in him as well. I swear that boy treated that old man like a slave, man. And he talked to him real bad too, man. No respect. Talked to him like the uncle was like the butler or some shit.
So you can feel the evil presence around her.
Yeah. Did you get the link, cuz?
Huh?
I was talking to Beatrice and she got the link. But it's funny, cousin, because the way it worked, we were like second generation friends. My dad and his dad were friends. Me and him were friends. My dad taught his dad how to fight. I taught him how to fight. My dad's name, was Jesus. His dad's name was Juan. So we were both juniors. We were like the second generation of friends, man. Ain't that weird?
Whatever happened to him?
Juan, he he still lives in Raymondville, man. He bought up the house that belonged to our family, right? He bought up the two houses that the one next to Grandma Lola's house that used to belong to the Rodriguez. Where Adam and his and Machine lived. He bought that house and he bought the house on the corner by the stop sign.
Oh wow!
And he still owns the grandma's house. He rents that out.
So he be having a good job.
Yeah, I call him the Donald Trump of the West Side. He
Right.
drives a truck. He used to drive a truck, man, but he's been sick and he's got diabetes, man. Diabetes got him all messed up, dude. He looks skinny and pale, and he's like me. He already lost all his teeth. He adopted a kid that looks just like him. He's a little boy that looks just like him.
There she is.
Prima,
Hey guys. Hey.
welcome to the
What's up?
show.
What's up? What's up?
La luna, el sol y las estrellas, las nubes, prima.
Uh, yeah.
¿Cómo andamos?
Uh, just woke up.
Oh, so yeah, what did you think about his grandma? She looked like a witch, right?
Yeah. She looked like a witch. I remember one time she had gone.
Oh, she got kicked out.
Come on. Well, I wonder what's causing it. Her to get kicked out like that.
Mm-hmm. I don't get kicked out.
Do you think they're pushing a different button or something?
I don't know, primo. I don't know. If her mic and her camera are working, then there shouldn't be an issue. Even if the camera's not on, there shouldn't be an issue.
That's weird, man. Because you're working just fine.
Yes, sir.
There she is right there. I don't
It,
know
it
what's
kicked
what
it
is
kicked me out.
uh
I don't
cousin
know.
to kick you out. Do you have like what is it? The things to look out for, cousin?
The Bluetooth and the screensaver.
Mm, I do have a screensaver, but it doesn't close by itself.
So, do you have it on a timer?
No, not really.
When you look
No,
at the screen, does it turn black in like 30 seconds?
no, no.
And I don't know what it could be.
And I remember she had gone one time to the house, and mom was still alive, and she went and told her that she wanted, I think, Lupita to be that guy's girlfriend or something.
What
You
guy?
remember that, Abra?
One.
One. Do you remember that, Abra? She had gone and she looked like a witch the way she looked, and her eyes like they were all black.
Yeah,
You couldn't see the white of inside her eye.
that were
And
her
just
eyes.
as
Those were eyes of
yeah,
the electric.
and yeah, and she did look like a witch. And she would give just I don't know that presence of evil around her. Because the way she would look at you and stuff.
She looked at people like they were prey.
Yeah.
I remember when she was passing away, Primo. She suffered a lot. God punished her and made her suffer a lot for all the bad that she did, man. The the more she wanted to die, the more God left her here on this plane of existence. He didn't want to take her. She had to pay what she owed. She couldn't even get up out of bed anymore or nothing, but she was still trying to curse people. Yeah, something like that, Zofo. It's been acting up since yesterday. We need to get that fixed if we're gonna have that show on Friday. We need X support. Welcome
Uh,
back, cousin.
hey, I think if I raised the volume and it kicked me out.
Raise the volume
Uh,
and it kicked you out.
Yeah, I tried to raise the volume on my phone and it just kicked me out.
Good night, Cynthia.
So I don't know.
Not Cynthia.
I'm about to get off here in a little bit myself. I gotta go to church.
So what do you
Maybe
think
Yeah,
about
about
pero,
it, Beatrice? Do you
huh?
remember the day, right? When you told me that the okay.
you just gonna call her and put her on speakerphone, cuz
No.
this is your church, Murphy. Well, this is your Smurf. This is your church, Murphy. I can give you a miracle for 19.99. Just pay it through to the PayPal. I'm just kidding, man.
I see something. See if she comes
That's
back
a good
on one
thing.
more time
That's a good thing, Smurf.
so I can add her.
Excuse me. Damn, I knew I shouldn't have ate that burrito.
See if you can come in one more time, sis. See what happens. All right, let's see what happens.
I'm back.
Glad to see you back, cousin.
I didn't touch nothing this time. I just kicked me out.
Yeah, they was doing the
May-
same thing to Lupita yesterday.
Yeah, maybe it's the Chrome. Well, I don't know. But yeah, what were you saying, neighbor?
Oh, to tell the day at the mobile home when the lady was standing in front of the house with her eyes rolled back white.
The lady.
Remember? Me and Junior had come from the pool, and you told me that the no, something's
Oh,
happening.
she's gone.
It keeps on
No,
booting her out.
didn't fart. Might have been a burp, but not a fart, Yvette. If it were a fart, you would know because I'd get up and walk somewhere. Take it for a ride.
Yeah, this is weird, man. That it is not allowing me to bring other guests. Like I can have you, but then it's not allowing me to have any more guests. I can have up to 10 guests here.
Well, tomorrow's Sunday, Smurfy. Tomorrow's the day that I get menudo. Gonna go to La Abuela Regina, the best menudo in Fort Worth.
Yeah, that's weird that because you haven't been kicked off. You know.
I know, I don't know what's up with that, cousin. How am I still here and they keep getting kicked out?
Yeah,
If,
that's
they,
not right.
if there was a connection exuberance, then why am I have not having a problem?
Yeah, something ain't right. For sure.
No me los aguanto ni yo solo, Smurfy. Por eso los
Right, here we
paseo.
go.
I don't know. It just keeps on booting me.
Yeah,
I
it
claim.
doesn't do that to Jesse, but it keeps putting you out and Lupita
I don't
yesterday.
know.
4G's exuberance, and I'm on the phone. I'm on my cell phone, and it's only 4G and no
Mine's a
Wi-Fi.
5G. So I don't know. I cleaned the catches and stuff. Let's see if it works. But yeah, I don't remember that lady.
I'm about to log off in a minute, Eve. See if she can stay on. I'm just trying to at least do 3 hours with cousin before I turn in to go to sleep for church.
Yeah, it's 2
But
in the morning.
I can probably do it a little earlier than that, uh, to see if she can stay on after I get up, and I can be in the chat.
Yeah, I mean you can try that, see what happens.
All right, cousin, let me back out, and I'll be in the chat.
Totally, cuz.
Love, peace, and chicken grease to all y'all in the chat.
Alright.
Bye, cousin.
Oh shoot, we lost her. Yeah, because it was doing that to my sister, to my other sister, and they live in the same town. And I might have to use a platform of StreamYard when we do the live that I want to do on Friday. I might go through StreamYard to do the live, but something ain't right where it's cutting off like that. There she is.
Okay, I put it in incognito, my browser. Let's see if it
Hmm.
works.
What does that mean, incognito?
Um, I don't know where I guess where nobody can see like what you're searching and stuff. Let's see if
Yeah,
it works. That
yeah, it's just it's kind of weird because I mean, I haven't had no problem with Jesse. I've had other people here before, like 4 people, and it's worked just fine.
yeah, I saw that, but I don't know if I it's kicking me out. La cosa mala.
So the
But yeah,
topic
you
of
were
for tonight is signs of bondage and possession. Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I was telling them about the lady at the swimming pool that we got home and Junior took a shower. Then I went to go take a shower, and then you called me to that there was a lady standing right there in her driveway, like looking towards where my bedroom was. Remember?
It was during the day
Yeah,
or in the afternoon.
afternoon. In the afternoon. What did you see when you seen her?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
And
Um,
her eyes were back white, standing on her legs, like her eyes were back white. She was just standing there, like she was possessed.
she was near the driveway. That lady by your
Yeah,
truck.
yeah. That I told you about what had happened in the pool with her and stuff. But she was
Oh
acting strange.
yeah, yeah, yeah. That woman, that old lady. Yeah,
Well, she was, yeah, older lady.
and I don't really. I remember I told
Oops. So next Saturday, I might not do it live because I might have to go attend a dance. So, but Friday, we're gonna go live. We're gonna try to find a way to get the system to work
I don't
properly. I don't know
know.
what's
It's not
going on.
working.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So we go live. The live might be through StreamYard, but for some reason it's not working properly. It's been going in and out. It could be my connection,
I don't know.
but
It's just
I doubt it
oh, this
because
is
we've been live.
Restream. It's not. It's not StreamYard.
Yeah, it's called
Uh,
Restream.
I don't know why it booted me.
Well, my other sister never got to fix it because she's talking over the phone. I mean, my
Let me see.
we might have to do that where um if I do a live, do it uh have them contact them through Messenger so they can speak through Messenger and and you can hear the voices. I don't know. We'll figure something out. Yeah, she never fixed it. Who wants to put it to the test right now? Just to join temporarily, just to see if it'll put you out either. Because if it puts you all out, I mean, it might be the connection. I mean, I can send a link to somebody just to give it uh, give it a shot. I'll send it through here. So I'll send it right there. See if anybody wants to join through the link I sent, and I add you. I know cousin Jesse's works. Uh, you don't have to put yourself on camera. Just see if the link works for you all. There's somebody there's my sister
I,
again.
I don't know, Abram.
Yeah,
I I cleared my the data of my and the browser and everything on the browser, but I don't know.
yeah.
I don't know what's going on.
It could be the connection, the Wi-Fi, the towers.
Yeah, I'm not on Wi-Fi. I'm using my data.
That's what it could be.
My data
Yeah,
for Lupita, like her Wi. I mean, I have all my bars. Like Lupita
yeah.
over there at her house, her signal is like sometimes bad when she uses her Wi-Fi.
Somebody said I thought it would be your connection would be settings. Would be settings maybe. Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah,
And we're a town away from each, well, a couple of towns away. How you doing, Nikki? Yeah. Sorry about that, everybody. It's just happening uh to my family members where they get kicked in. They're in and they're out. Yeah. It's weird because my cousin lives in Fort Worth and his connection works perfectly. And my sisters live nearby and the connection is not working right. And I've had like four guests up in here before, so I don't know what could be the problem. Uh, I could check my settings, but yes, I don't know what happened. So in saying that, brothers and sisters, I want to keep you all too late. Uh, just want to say thank you all for those that tuned in this evening. Let's see. Yes, brother Nicky, we're not supposed to give up on anybody. You know, uh, I've always been that way. I remember when I was in the army. I know we're going to go off a topic here, but there were soldiers that was they had Article 15s, a bunch of Article 15s, and they would send them to me, and they were like, they would have a stack of Article 15s where they were getting in trouble, and I would tell them that I would give them a chance, that I would get those Article 15s and throw them in the trash can, but they would have to work for me and show me that I would give them the chance that the other people weren't giving them. That if I gave them a chance, that I could help them climb the ranks and get rank. That I wasn't the type of NCO to just uh, continue to keep them in trouble. That I would give them a chance, but they would have to show me that they were willing to change, or the opportunities that other NCOs wasn't giving them, to prove the naysayers wrong, which they did. There was one that had a bunch of Article 15s, and I helped him become a corporal. He went from being a troublemaker to becoming a corporal. I told him, because he had gotten in trouble. I said, "Look, right now all the eyes are on you, and people are going to be looking at you a certain way. Don't get mad. Continue to do it. Be a soldier. Keep your videos pressed. Pitch on your boots. Never be in time for formation, and continue to do good. Eventually, somebody else is going to mess up. Once they mess up, the eyes are going to be on them, and that's exactly what happened. My NCO, my first sergeant wanted me to get rid of that soldier, and I said no. He's a good soldier. You just got to give him a chance. And he wanted me to get rid of him, and all these other people. They gave him the soldier and told me to get rid of him. They were ordering me to get rid of him, and I said no. And I proved wrong to them. Matter of fact, the soldier became my first sergeant's driver, and my first sergeant called me to the side, after he was driving for him for a while, and he said, "You know what, Sergeant Cias?" He said, "He is a good soldier." He said, "I just want to say thank you for not doing what I told you to do, because he is a good soldier." So yeah, most people are good soldiers. It depends who's when you have shitty NCOs that can do their job of how to train a soldier. What do? They want to give them Article 15s to mess up their career. That's shitty. Those are bad NCOs. And after that, he could have he could have become sergeant. Uh, he did his time, got an honorable discharge, and he told me thank you. He was crying when he was leaving because he said, out of all the people in this base, in this battalion, you're the only one that gave me a chance. You're the only one, and I just want to say thank you. He gave me a big hug. Yeah, Article 15, they'll take your rank. There's some punishments that are 45-45, which means 45 days of extra duty and 45 days of no pay. So you miss out on a paycheck. Yeah, it's not good, and they take your rank away. Rank means money. But I would run into a lot of people like that. That I was the type of guy that I would help my troops. I would look out for them. That's why they still call me Sergeant CS till this day. Because I was the type of guy that I would help them out. and it's nothing dealing with anything with Judge Turner. It's just I hate bullies, man. I hate people that attack people or try to give people a bad reputation. I used to see this kind of stuff in the military all the time. But you see, in the military, it was different. If you hear somebody talking shit about you, you approach a person and you say, even if it's a high ranking individual, say, hey, can I talk to you real quick? And you tell them what the beef you got. You say, hey, I heard you were talking bad about me. What problem do you have against me? I mean, I don't even know who you are, but what's your problem with me? Well, so and so will say this and this and this about you, blah 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 blah. I said, so you're mad at me for because somebody else said something about me, and you're mad at me because somebody don't like me. So I just want to know, well, if that's the reason that you're mad about me, then how do you want to handle it? So do you want to talk about it? If you hate me that bad, we can settle it. I'm the type of guy that you really got a problem with me, we'll settle it. If I bother you that bad, I don't even know who you are. So we can have it the old fashioned way, you know, because you're talking bad about me, you're disrespecting me. And I want to get my respect back from you, even if it means that if I have to whoop your ass. They would look at me and they were like, no, no, I just misunderstood, blah, 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 and leave it at that. So, you know, and something's really going on. You say you lost your wrench. I will check it out in a moment, Sister Ivy. Well, I know people dislike because I that's one thing about me, brothers and sisters. I never had nothing against Brother Josh Turner. When you're like in his status and you get targeted all the time by people, it's so quickly for for them to misunderstand how somebody's coming across. You got to think about all the people that've targeted him. They've been targeting him for a very long time. They do have a lot of people as their enemies that hate him, right? So I remember when we were going back and forth is because there was an instigator causing for us to quarrel, and we found out that the instigator that was doing this, uh, who he was, what he was doing. I call him out on it. They called him out on it, and that's when we squashed it. Because he was playing us. Matter of fact, that instigator, is not amongst us anymore. Uh, he's crossed over, where he's at spiritually. Um, that's why y'all remember I had a show here where a guy came drunk and he was talking all kinds of stuff, and he asked me how come I didn't go to her funeral and all this stuff. That instigator, I knew him, but he wasn't my friend. Especially when I found out that he was playing me and him. I mean, that's when I unfriended him a long time ago. I unfriended that guy like, ooh, 4 years ago, long time ago. Let me see if I can fix it, Ivy. I just have to look on my YouTube. I'll check real quick. Let's see if I corrected it. Yeah, so people get mad because I'm friends with the Turners. That's one thing about me. When we squash something, we squashed it. If we would have handled another way, whoever would have come out as a winner in combat, you earn respect because you handle business, you know, man to man. We talk like men, and we just say, you know what, let's squash this. This is bullshit, which we did. We squashed it. So when I hear people crying about that, one time I had beef with him and all this stuff, uh, what they don't know is because they probably do know is because people were playing both of us. So now they get mad because we're friends. But at one point in time, they were encouraging, they wanted us to fight, right? Because that's what they wanted. You see that they've been targeting for a very long time. They've been targeting me for a very long time too. I lost my original Facebook, my original group, which was called Positive Spiritualists. I lost everything, all my content and everything because I got targeted. But that's one thing about me. I respect the person when somebody comes at me in a respectful manner. We talk about it like men, then that's a person to me that's respectful. So I become a friend. My friend, I value my friendships. I'm not gonna do the things as other people have done, because I'm a different person than them. That's why I've stuck with the Turners, and I'm going to continue to stick with Brother Josh Turner, Sister Nellie Turner, in their PRT community, uh, because nobody deserves to get targeted the way they've been targeted. Me, Sarcias, I've done heard um, all the negative things all throughout my military career of how people can say something horrible to you, and I just laugh about it because I'm used to people coming at me in a negative way. Uh, but I support the Turners. This people here are literally uh, jackasses because when they send people their way to threaten them, literally giving them death threats and stuff like that. That doesn't scare Sarncias. Where I've been and what I've done, I had to do what I had to do in combat, so that don't scare me one bit. That's why I tell them don't don't buy into the bullshit that they're trying to feed you. Continue to do your works. Continue to be you. Uh, don't buy into the bullshit. And for the other joker that threatened me and my cousin, I've been working out every day. So I'm just letting you know, I'm going to give you a fair warning. If we cross paths, if we meet somewhere accidentally, because you think you're going to do something, I'm just going to let you straight up right now. You come at me in a negative way, I'm just going to do what I'm going to do. I ain't going to think about it twice. I'm just letting you know straight up. You come threatening you're going to do this or that. I'm just going to set an example out of you. Yeah, I might be way older than you, but you don't have the wisdom, the knowledge, the experience that I have, the combat mentality to go offensive, defensively, at will, you will lose. I'm just letting you know. Don't let your buddies pump you up thinking that you're bad. You know what bad is, man. When you come up against me, disrespect me, you're actually coming against a badass motherfucker. I'll say it like that. Don't let your friends pump you up to set you up to something you can't win. I'm just being honest with you because I promise you, I will make a bad example of you. And if your friends are around, they might get some too because I have enough for everybody. I'm just telling you. And I will do it with the Love Foundation. You won't be the first and you won't be the last. That's why I work out. I stay active. Like I said, don't let those old fools trick you, come and disrespecting. You already disrespected a combat veteran, the brother in arms. You already disrespected, all right? So you want to collect an ass whooping? Go ahead and be stupid enough because it's not going to be an ass whooping that you're going to get. It's going to be a lot more severe because you didn't disrespect me as a combat veteran. I'm just being honest with you, man. You think because you work weights or you think you know some UFC or whatever the crap, you just don't know the heart of a warrior. I've been out there in combat, bro. I've taken lives. You know what the hell you're getting yourself into, jackass. I'm being honest. You're too busy because you got your head up somebody's ass. You want to come disrespect a combat veteran, somebody that fought for this country in the front lines, and you got your head up an ass on a loser that's a freaking crackhead. I've taken up freaking big dudes, brother. You know who you're dealing with. I'm telling you. So don't don't listen to me. Don't make the mistake of coming at me in a negative way up here in Temple, Texas, because I'll set an example out of your ass. That's a God honest truth. You'll never be the same for the rest of your life. That's all I'm going to tell you. You might not walk the same anymore. You might have a malfunction somewhere. I'm just letting you know. I'm not playing the games. You know, I will defend my foundation, my vessel. I'm not playing no games with nobody. Uh, I'm not the one that was playing games with nobody initially. I'm the one that got disrespected initially by a certain individual that wants to stay irrelevant when he's not irrelevant at all. Like we said in Spanish, uh, te voy a dar unos pinches vergazos, güey. Una putiza. Yeah. I've been training hard, man. I'm telling you. Recon one, baby. Just by just by you coming at me in a threatful manner, thinking you're a badass because somebody done pumped you up, you already disrespect me of where I've been as a veteran. Did you think somewhere in your mind that you can handle me? Like I said, they're misleading you. So when I put that ass whooping and had no mercy on you, don't get scared because you might never be the same ever again. I'm just being honest with you. And anybody that's affiliated with this loser, if you step in, you're going to get it the same way as him. I'll see you as the enemy. You want to be my enemy? Fine, be my enemy. I won't have no mercy on my enemies. I think that all sums it up when it comes down to Brother Josh Turner. People are pissed off because we're still friends. I mean, we talk to each other and we squash things, you know. I guess it didn't expect for that to happen. It did happen. He even had me up there on the guest panel, you know, and here I am still standing by him. Uh, and I'm not just standing by him because you got these people coming at me. I'll fight if he can't go. I'll go for him. I'll go for him. Handle whoever's trying to come his way. I know what I'm capable of. So I live in Temple, Texas. I don't hide for nobody. Everybody knows where I live. All I'm telling you, don't let the games of the UFC psych you up. Don't let the steroids psych you up. Don't let the liquid courage psych you up. I'm focused, always 100%. Uh, I don't do drugs. I don't do steroids. I don't drink. I'm focused, 100%. You know, if you ain't training like I train, if you've never been to combat in the areas that I've been in combat and what I had to do, then you don't know who you're dealing with. That's just the truth. But you want to come and interrupt my love foundation just because I support Brother Just Turn and Ellie Turn, the Paranormal Round Table. Hoop de do. Go cry to somebody else. I don't care. I was doing shows on Fridays with them, and y'all wasn't liking that, you know. You had idiots threatening them on the phone, saying they're going to do this and do that, like he was some serial killer or something. Scare tactics. I laugh at that kind of stuff, man, because it's nothing but it's all this. We got a special guest here right now, uh, Rebel. Rebel's right here beside me. Here, Rebel. Said I don't have nothing against anybody, but it's when people come at you disrespectfully. What am I supposed to do? Not defend myself? Or somebody comes drunk onto our show, telling me about this and this, like they're bad or something, but they can't look at me because they're too drunk. You know, trying to defend other people, being disrespectful, like he's some badass. I don't see a badass when I seen that dude. I seen a dumbass. That's what honestly I seen. A dumbass. Yeah, there's Rebel right here. There you go. Rebel. Here. But I'm just answering the question. Yeah. Bro, Brother Just Turner treating me and my wife with hospitality when he didn't have to. When he invited me to the conference, he didn't have to, but he did it. You know, the kindness out of his heart. You know, when somebody just doesn't invite me, but invite my wife, and he treats us good. mm, I wanna stick by this guy. Because he just didn't treat me good. He treated my wife good. That's when I see this guy. He's really done a lot of things for him, and they're disrespecting him and talking bad about him and his wife. They should be ashamed of themselves because he's treated them with a lot more hospitality because they were staying with him, right? I don't even want to say their names. He showed them hospitality. These idiots decided to come up against them after that's called infiltration, trying to take out somebody from the inside out. So yeah, do you blame Josh Turner to be that he was pissed off because they did that to him? Did they befriend? Did they backstab him in the back? That's what it is called, right? Backstabbing. I'll be pissed off too that I will wanna whoop some ass. But you see, I just don't trust people like that. It takes a lot more for me to trust somebody. But just look at the actions that they've done, and that by itself should tell they should like this guy is making videos of this and that. It's common sense. You could see. Uh, always look from the sidelines. I can see exactly what's happening. I mean, so the only thing they do is try to defend themselves by whatever footage they can grab or any threats that are being thrown their way. You know, yeah, that certain individual that passed away. He was at the conference. I had told him already that I didn't want to be his friend over the phone because he was setting me up to fight with Josh Turner by saying bad things, like basically saying things to me that he heard from him, but then he was playing him too, right? So he's playing both of us. At the conference, he was there. He came and stood right in front of me, blocked my path, and stood right in front of me. I was with my wife. I went right around him because, like I told him before on the phone, we're not friends anymore. So I had nothing to say to that guy. Not that I was afraid of him. I just didn't consider him a friend. So when he was there to cause problems. He never once, when I went outside several times, he never once told me nothing in the parking lot. If he really hated me, we could have handled that. But you know what? He's irrelevant now because he's not amongst us no more. You know, whatever the reason was that he's not here, let him rest in peace. You know, but those are the games that the enemy was playing, and I was there because I get invited by brother Josh Turner. Uh, the guy Larry tried to take credit that he invited me there, but it wasn't him that invited me there. It was brother Josh Turner. That guy was always talking, oh, Josh Turner this, Josh Turner that. He's a good guy, blah, blah, blah. But all along, he was infiltrating. He was infiltrating all along. So everything he said about the Turners was all bullshit because he was infiltrating and he's showing his true colors now. That's when you know somebody is uh, full of crap. When they're praising one day, they're praising somebody because of the goods of the war, that they do donations to them and all this stuff. Next thing you know, they're talking about them, about the old ladies, talking about he's got guns and all this other stuff. The reason they got pissed off is because whatever they were trying to do did not work. I'm just breaking it down to y'all, brothers and sisters. Like I said before, I never had nothing against nobody, but they came at me in a negative way. I was seeing what they were about. No difference in the other guy, the Voltonator. I seen right through that guy too. They're all in cahoots. Sweet and Sugar Roger, that's another guy. They got mad because I seen right through them. That's what the real deal is. Oh, that's Orange CS guy. Uh, uh, Brother Josh Turner got him out of got him controlled like a puppet. No, I'm my own person. I just look through the bullshit, and the bullshit is are not his friends anymore. Just put it that way, because it showed the true colors. Yeah. I had a ban them from my YouTube channel. Every time I do a video, they'll be saying all kinds of crap. Him and his old lady, uh, the Nunley people, and I had to ban them from my YouTube channel. Banned Corner the Cop from there too. So basically, what I'm saying is, I'm friends with the Turners because I want to be friends with them because I see that they're good people. It's kind of like this. So I have friends that are affiliated with these individuals, right? I'm not gonna tell them, oh, don't be friends with them because they're this and that. No, if they want to be friends, then that's on them, you know. But if they come at me in a negative way because they're defending them, then they don't need to be my friends. Bottom line. But I'm not afraid to talk about topics, but that has to do with spiritual warfare. You know, when you're trying to do something good, like what I've created with spiritual encrypted encounters, and as far as it gone, you know, with all the people, all the viewers that tuned in. Like I said before, I don't have nothing against nobody. There's times that you probably see me say certain things about individuals. I mean, what am I supposed to do if somebody said that they're going to do this and this to me or come at me in a threatful manner? I'm going to be Recon 1, you know, ready. Uh, I see goodness, you know. I know Brother Just Turn talks about a lot of topics. I talk about a lot of topics that had to do with the balance, right, between good and evil. That's what I do. He talks about topics that has to do with the balance also, but in a different way because of what's reading through history and stuff like that. You know, with the Anunnaki, uh, the pharaohs. You know, he talks differently, looks into the past, right? So because he does that, you don't want to look at him at a in a certain way, talk bad about him. But these people that talk bad about him, they're living the types of the Old Testament that happened a long time ago. They're not living in the New Testament when it's has to do with Jesus Christ about forgiveness. They're living in the Old Testament. So I don't think they have that much room to talk bad about anybody if they're living in the Old Testament. That's a God honest truth. A God honest truth. When you talk about no mercy and all this, what happened to forgiveness? I know why you're saying no mercy because you're living in the Old Testament. We're in the New Testament. The times of the New Testament is about forgiveness, about maintaining love foundation. That's the only way we're gonna go. We're gonna overcome the unseen spiritual enemy. Is through Jesus Christ. Go ahead and have no mercy, hatred, anger, vengeance in your heart, and you're gonna see how you're gonna falter, how you're gonna fail, because the enemy is gonna uh, target those spiritual openings and attack your vessel. So go ahead and keep on believing that that's a spiritual opening in which you've already weakened yourself by thinking that way. And I'm glad Brother Josh Turner has come back. Nobody, when I fought for the freedoms of this country, is it was for people, it's for the freedom of speech, freedom. That's why I fought the war for freedom, right? So when somebody's trying to stop you from being you, they want you to do this or that. Well, who are they? Are they bullies? Are they gang affiliated? Or are they cult affiliated? Who are they to say that I can't do this or do that? Because honestly, it goes one ear and out the other to me. Because I have fought for my country, they haven't. So I'm just being honest about this, brothers and sisters. You know, yeah, I've made some skits and made fun of people. I mean, what the hell? They done targeted me so many times. You know, that sometimes I make jokes out of it, but I haven't done anything anymore. It's kind of like things kind of mellowed out now. You know, it's like maybe they're stopped or maybe, whatever the case might be. But I'm here on Restream and I've been keeping it troll free to be able to do my videos. Somebody got a question, yeah, I stick and I back up my friends, right? It's a stick and back up my family members. Just make sure one thing that when you're backing somebody up, that you're doing it because you're doing the right thing. Because they have a lot of people that back them up too, right? So be it. I know one thing that when it becomes a spiritual war, just like the spiritual war I was involved in Operation Desert Storm, they're believing in Allah, and I was believing in Jesus Christ. I'm still here. That's all I'm saying. I'm still here, and all my brother in arms that served with me in the front lines in the battle on Medina Ridge are still here. But yes, brothers and sisters, uh, and I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just speaking in truth, you know. So I'm just trying to answer the question. Yeah, I'm still here. I'll back them up, you know. Just like I know that I back them up, I know they back me up also, because that's what friends are supposed to do is back up one another. As a matter of fact, I want to pray for them right now, for the Turners, for everything that they're going through right now. There's a lot of them have a lot of ailments happening to them, so we're going to pray against that right now. Um, Heavenly Father, it's time. I'd like to pray for Brother Josh Turner, uh, his brother, and any family members that are sick right now. I believe one had heart surgery. We want you to send your your heavenly angels of protection, your heavenly angels of healing, as we place heavenly spiritual crosses on them from head to toe. We tie up and rebuke any form of witchcraft, necromancy, negative attachments, or unclean spirits. We take authority over you in Jesus Christ's name. Uh, we tie up and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name, and for you to go back to the sender. This I pray through you, Heavenly Father. Amen. I've been praying for Brother Turner's daily. If you don't see me pray here, it's because I pray in my own inner sanctum where I have my peace. But I'm praying here for him because they're going through a lot right now. Uh, the important part will be to maintain the Love Foundation. The reason it's important to maintain the Love Foundation is through the Love Foundation. That's where the angels will come and assist you spiritually. You have to let them in through the Love Foundation so they come and assist you and heal you from your ailments. I know I say a lot of things here, but I'm just speaking the truth. Yeah, when I see people that never been out there to know, they want to come to respect, uh, they just don't know. You know, it's kind of like I've seen enemy come against me, not just in the combat, but here in this world, and they're not here no more. And it has nothing to do that had to do anything physically against them. It's just the way the Heavenly Father works. If He sees you worthy from the works that you do, then He's going to continue to protect you and bless you. If He sees that someone has bad intentions to His children and they're coming in a negative way because they want to do some kind of harm, then just like that, He can end the life of those individuals because they have bad intentions. I'm just saying that's part of protecting His children, and that can happen. I'll take it as a warning uh, for those that trying to plan something against RNCS or Brother Abe CS or the Turners. That God works in mysterious ways and He will protect His children. Said I've seen people come and I see people go. That's how the Heavenly Father works. So if y'all gonna get mad at somebody, don't get mad at me because I pledged Jesus Christ first and I'm being protected. Try to be mad with the Heavenly Father because He's my protector, my avenger. But I'm just here to let you know you're not gonna get too far being mad with the Heavenly Father. That's all I can tell you. It's the beginning, the end, the Alpha, the Omega. He makes us and He takes us. That's all I can tell you. So be aware of what you're seeking for. That's all I'm saying. Giving you spiritual advice, a spiritual warning, dealing with the balance of life. Then you got other things to worry about too, because there's other elements that are around. I've been fighting spiritually all my life, and I continue to fight spiritually. You've seen the evidence on the show reels. You've seen the evidence on the that I place here in spiritual encrypted encounters. You've seen the things that are around me. There's many, right? So those things, if they see you coming at me in a negative way, they know who I am. I know who they are. I'm gonna tell my love foundation. They maintain what they thrive on. They see you as a soul with all the spiritual openings because you have bad intentions. They can eliminate you also. Talking about the balance, I'm just letting you know. Be careful what you seek for. See, yes, I care about people. I'm just giving you a forewarning, a fair warning. Sorry about that, brother Joel. You seen the short reels what's around me, right? That's around me everywhere. I'm just letting you know. Is it people? Some of these people, brothers and sisters, they come at me thinking they're going to do something physical. There's so many things around me spiritually that I don't even have to do nothing. It's the things that are around me spiritually, they take care of the people that are coming at me in a negative way. Anything could happen. You could be driving, thinking you're going to do this and that, and just like that, your time here on earth is over. I'm just letting you know. I don't have to do nothing. You've seen the things that I captured that are around me. I'm just letting you know. You don't know what you're dealing with, man. I don't have to do nothing. There's all other things that are around. Oh, of course, the Heavenly Father protects me. The Heavenly Father, the Heavenly Angels protect me because I know what's around of the balance. But you come into my space, to my aura, to my world of what I know, what's around me spiritually, you might run into the things that I capture, and it might be too late for you, especially if you're coming in a negative way. You'll be easy prey for them. So I'm giving you a warning ahead of time. Don't do it. Doesn't have to happen here. Could be in the road. Something can happen. You got the spiritual open of bad intentions. That's what's going to happen to you. It's going to be because of what you're opening yourself to. And I'm just talking spiritually to y'all, brothers and sisters. It's a lot more than he said, she said, or well, let's let's have a beef with Brother Abe and Josh Turner or spiritual encrypted community, spiritual encrypted encounters and paranormal roundtable. It's a lot more involved than anybody coming at you gangster style. It's about the balance. That's why I'm attending Love Foundation. I can say a lot of things, but I still maintain my Love Foundation. I have to. And if you're thinking that it's easy, you just don't know, man. I'm just telling you, be careful if you come to Central Texas. I've been living in Central Texas for many years, and I know what's here spiritually. Uh, that will attack. I'm just letting you know. I've been in Central Texas, where I originally come from is South Texas. So I've been living in Central Texas from 1991 all the way till right now. It's a lot of years. I'm just letting you know that they're around. If you come with anger, hatred, or bad intentions, you're setting yourself up for failure. I've already forgiven people. I forgive people daily. It's not that I'm trying to scare you. I'm just speaking the truth. I see people come and go in my life where I give the person warnings. They could have a weapon saying they're going to do this or that. And I say, hey, don't think that way, man. There's a lot of things. Like I said, I think I see the things that are around in spirit. There's a lot of things that are around us that can see that as a spiritual opening to attack you. There was this guy who was flashing a gun, 9 mil or 45, had a bunch of $100 bills. In front of this guy was one of the guys that handled my cousin's body. They had got him murdered. I was at a party, and he comes at me with all these hundreds, and he asked me, "You got change for 100?" And he was laughing, but I knew who he was already. I said, "No, I don't got no change for 100." Then he goes and something happens, there's an argument. He takes off, comes back with a weapon. He's flashing his weapon. He's looking at me, flashing his weapon. So when he's talking to somebody, go and I have him cornered. And I have my own weapons, and I got him cornered. And I'm looking him in the eyes, and I said, "What are you going to do?" He didn't do nothing. He just opened the door and walked out. And he said, he said something to me, and I told him, "Look, the way you are, you're going to run into the wrong person, and that's going to be it." He was laughing. 2 weeks later, he had a gun in his hand. He walked into a motel, into a room, I guess, some kind of drug deal or something. He walked in there with a hand in his gun and then never walked out because his life ended that day. If he would have listened to me, that I was trying to protect him because I can sense certain things, maybe he would be here. But he laughed at me. Look, I'm just letting you know. I know things through to the Heavenly Father was to come. So the only thing I can say is I really don't have nothing against nobody. If somebody has something against me, so be it. That's the story of my life, you know. It's been like that since I was a kid, all the way to now. So I got nothing against nobody. I forgive people daily, but I'm gonna tell my love foundation also. I wish that people could want to talk to me and talk to me straight up instead of trying to defend somebody. They can defend themselves because they don't want to be put in a spot or anything like that, or they don't want the truth to come out. But then they want to target a combat veteran, a person that speaks in truth. That they have to come and try to be disrespectful while they're drinking because they're drunk. But you got to remember, people drink. That's a spiritual opening. Also, demons can enter people when they're on drugs and intoxicated. Spiritual opening, and I'm just speaking here straight up with y'all, brothers and sisters. Uh, I have nothing against nobody. Uh, but if somebody comes at me in a negative way, then I have no choice but to defend myself. The bottom line, when I go and investigate in the woods. If the unseen enemy approaches me and tries to attack me spiritually, guess what I'm going to do, brother and sisters? Defend myself spiritually. Go into prayer. If I have to tie bind and rebuke them, I'll do that. I have to defend my vessel, my spirit, whether it's spiritual or physical. I hope I'm making sense to y'all. Why it's important for us to stay unified as brothers and sisters in Christ with the love foundation, because that's the only way we're going to be able to overcome the unseen enemy is through a love foundation. These unseen forces that are called the DDN, which are demonic in nature, they have the ability to bond people and possess people. They can use people to come up against you. That's why you have to maintain your love foundation, and you have to tie, bind, and rebuke the negative attachments they have out of them, fighting spiritually, right? That's the only way we're going to be able to overcome something forces. It's going to use people it can use to come up against you. So yes, people say that uh that I stood by Brother Jay. Yeah, I stand by my friends. Anybody that's here is my friend. That's coming at me respectfully and treating me like a friend and family. That's what we're supposed to do. And this is beyond humanity now. You've seen what I've captured on short reels. This is a spiritual warfare, brothers and sisters. The only thing I'm doing is bringing this to y'all to get y'all's attention to be ready to prepare yourselves with the Love Foundation. Close those spiritual openings that you might have: anger, hatred, vengeance, unforgiveness, fear, believing in other things. Forget that. Maintain your Love Foundation. Have a relationship with Jesus Christ. Forgive because forgiveness is part of love. So he can bless you with a spiritual gift of discernment. But you have to do this in true faith and true belief in him in order for him to bless you with this. So you can be ready with a spiritual gift of discernment to fight the good fight, the spiritual fight of the unseen war that's amongst us. That's why I created spiritual encrypted encounters. There is no sword, no object that we could have, no weapons, machine guns, any kind of weapon you can think of that's going to be able to fight this unseen spiritual war. Can she kill something that's already dead, that's in spirit? The only way we can overcome them is through the love foundation, through Jesus Christ, with the spiritual gifts of this sermon. We're going to have to tie, bind, and rebuke a lot of things that are going to be manifesting and coming at us. That's the only way, brothers and sisters. And we have to get our next of kin ready. This is beyond spiritual encrypted encounters, prayer on a round table, the Nunleys, the whoever's got a podcast. It's beyond this. This is real life spiritual warfare that's amongst us. All I'm saying, who's ready? Who's ready? Who's ready right now to be able to fight the good fight? Yeah. Forgive. You have to protect the vessel, your body. Whether, because you don't know how the enemy's going to come at you. You don't know if the enemy is going to come at you spiritually, but it can enter somebody spiritually to come up against you physically. It works in many ways. That's why we can tie, bind, and rebuke the unclean spirit out of the individuals, whether they're coming in spirit, spiritually or physically. You know, tie, bind, and rebuke them in Jesus Christ's name. with your love foundation. How many spiritual warfares has there been, brother and sister, throughout the centuries? Many spiritual warfares. Many spiritual warfares, brother and sisters. Like I said, there's a lot of confusion right now, a lot of division. If people only knew that we all stand as brothers and sisters in Christ, we all should be standing united because there's a war at hand that's here amongst us right now. We shouldn't be fighting amongst ones amongst each other because this spiritual war is about our souls. We have to protect the vessel to protect the soul. That's why it's very important to have your love foundation and not dwell in negativity in any kind of way, shape, or form. I hope I'm making sense to y'all for whoever's viewing here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. There's going to be a lot of people that's going to target people with spiritual openings are going to be the first ones that they're going to come after. It's going to be some of our loved ones, brothers and sisters, that have spiritual openings that might be on the wrong path. So we have to get ready, man. Try to awaken all your brothers and sisters, your family members, your children. It's upon us. All I'm saying is, what are you going to do? You're going to continue to play the games that y'all play, fight amongst each other, or we're going to unite as brothers and sisters in Christ, whether you believe in the Old Testament or the New Testament. We need to unite as brothers and sisters in Christ to overcome unseen forces. They're amongst us. And I'm just letting you know, the only way we're going to be able to overcome them is through a love foundation, a heavenly love foundation. That's the only way, brothers and sisters, through Jesus Christ. But in saying that, thank you all for tuning in here, Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Like I said before, and I'll say it again, I have nothing against nobody. I forgive people daily. If anybody feels that I've offended them because I speak in truth, you know, in some kind of way that I've defended myself or said something about somebody, I'm sorry. I'll say it here. I'm sorry. But, I have to speak my truth also because everybody has their own truth. So I have to speak my truth. And I'll say it again. I have nothing against nobody. Yes, thank you all for everybody that hit the like button. Uh, but maybe I'll talk more serious about this. Check out the short reels, brothers and sisters. The most, I think, top 5, 6 short reels that I've just created, and you're gonna see what I'm talking about, man. It's amongst us. It's like I pray every day, like for my son when he goes to work, back and forth to work, for him to be safe. I pray for all my brothers and sisters. When I hear people are sick, I pray for them. You know, but the speech, it's here. Just today, this evening, I was going to go to the store and I seen a bunch of ambulances and cops right by the swimming pool. I guess something happened to somebody in the car while they were driving. I wouldn't be surprised. You know why? Because in this area, all this activity is here. So something did something to that individual spiritually. It's a spiritual war, and they're going to target people that have spiritual openings. Those are the first ones they're going to come after. They've been doing it. It's happening globally, brother and sisters. Not just where I live, it's happening everywhere. If you believe in the Heavenly Father, believe in Jesus Christ, right now is the time to even believe more. Does anybody have any questions for me? I know y'all here tuning in. Check out the show reels for those who don't believe me. Check out the show reels and you'll see what I'm talking about. No, I know people always try to target me, but my mindset is not about what's happening here with people. I've been fighting a spiritual war for a very long time since I was a kid because I've been targeted because they've been trying to take me out for a very long time, and I continue to fight the spiritual war till this day. I'm showing you, revealing the enemy to y'all, how he looks, how they manifest, sometimes how they mimic voices, what the capabilities are. They have many capabilities. So when people are too busy trying to fight each other, or they're worried about this or that, they're not really focusing on the true enemy. Because I'm not nobody's enemy. It's the unseen enemy that everybody should be worrying about. Yes, I know some people say, well, God is with me, and that's good. I know some people say, Jesus Christ is with me, but are you on the right path? Do you have all the spiritual openings that might be an opening in order, controlled? I'm just saying, is they're going to use everything in their power to come up against you. In saying that, brothers and sisters, thank you all for tuning in here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Love, light, and blessings to every single one of y'all. Thank you for all the admins. And I'll say it again, I have nothing against nobody. Sometimes I'm not perfect. Nobody's perfect. I could be a certain way. And, I ask God for forgiveness daily also. Um, but right now, I'm just speaking as your brother through Jesus Christ. We have to maintain our love foundation. If we expect to not just protect the vessel, but to protect our spirit, we have to maintain the love foundation, heavenly love foundation through Jesus Christ in order for us to fight the good fight. Let me see any more comments here. That's right, Sofo. He's always with us. He's not going to lead us astray. But in saying, brothers, sisters, I want y'all to just remember one thing. Try to tell your loved ones, I love you daily. Uh, tell them that if they're ever going through something that they don't understand, to let you know what they're going through, so you could give them your words of wisdom and advice. Because sometimes people are being spiritually attacked, which could be your loved ones, and wouldn't even know about it because they're keeping it away from us. I just want you to be aware what's within your foundation and your immediate home foundation. Tell your loved ones you love them. Tell them what to do if they're went into a situation. Show them how to fight spiritually, brothers and sisters, because they're our next of kin. They got to be ready also to fight spiritually to protect their vessel and their spirit also. There you go, brother exuberance right there. It says, put on the whole armor of God, that you may be able to stand against the schemes of the devil. That's right. Spiritual combat ready. Does anybody have any questions for me? Anybody here? I've opened up myself to y'all, speaking of my truth. Is there anybody here that has any questions for me? Anybody that might know somebody that has something against me? You have any questions? I'll answer them here right now. Questions of any kind of sort before I go. But I will try to solve the problem of why it's not letting me connect with more people. I need to find out what that's going on with this. You're welcome, Sister Ivy Ramirez. That's one thing that I know is not to wish bad nothing against anybody, man, because it can always come back to you. That's like a indirect way, kind of like a form of witchcraft or necromancy, but indirectly. The only thing we're supposed to do is pray for one another and for the Heavenly Father to guide us. Righty. In saying that, yeah. Yes, listen, I think somebody said here, schemes of the devil. Schemes means that somebody's playing, laying out, setting up a trap, right? A scheme. I used to do that when I was a kid, before I go. Um, my mother, she would tell me, Mijo, if there's anybody that approaches you trying to give you something, do not take it. Doesn't matter what it is. A fruit, candy, a drink. Do not take it. Mind you, I'm in pre-K, small kid. So I'm standing in the line of the lunchtime. You got your hands behind your back and you're waiting for the light to go forward. Outside the fence of the school, you see an old lady just going back and forth, going back and forth. And she comes in the gate, starts passing every kid. There's like 30 kids in line, 40 kids, probably 50. Passes everybody, and she stands right in front of me. She's got a smile on her face. She's got an apple going like this, trying to give me an apple with a smile on her face. And she's telling me in Spanish, Es tuya, agárralo, agárralo. It's yours. Take it, take it. I look at her and just look away from her. I don't take it. So when she sees the teachers coming, she takes off. It's like almost every day, the same old lady was always trying to give me something. It's either a fruit, candy, or a drink, like a Coke, Big Red. But I would never take it because spiritually, even though my mom told me spiritually, I could tell that she was up to no good. as like a scheme, since I've seen scheme. Uh, Somebody always scheming up to do something bad, to do wrong. The scheme is something that's planned out, that you plan out to do something, which, what does that mean? Well, it's just a scheme. We're just gathering up to go up against anybody. No, if something negative that you're doing, then you're doing evil works, especially if you're coming up against people in a negative way. That, brothers and sisters, scheming is a spiritual opening. Oh no, I have no pain at all, brother. So I've led a lot of people. I've forgiven a lot of people. There ain't no pain here. No pains at all. It's just when it comes out to the balance, I've seen people come and go out of my life, man. As a human being, as a person with a soul, I've warned people in the past, don't don't do this, don't come at me this way. But they're so wicked that they continue. And next thing you know, they're not amongst us no more. It's like one soul is gone. But it's because of what they're dwelling or what they're dabbling in. They choose their own fate. That's why I place Jesus Christ first. All I'm saying, if you look at the scale of the balance, yeah, there's some people that are sick. There's some people that are sick, right? That we pray for here for tonight. But look at the scale of the balance. There's people on the other side that lost their lives already. That's what happens when you dwell in negativity. I'll leave it at that. Maybe that'll be another topic to talk about. I just want to tell you that Jesus Christ loves you, the Heavenly Father loves you, and to within the Love Foundation. You just move on forward. I move on forward, and I'm doing my own thing here on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. I done moved forward a long time ago. But for some reason, people keep on coming at me with trying to troll me and stuff. But that's okay. It's not just people trying to troll me, it's the unseen forces trying to come at me in a negative way also. But that's been the story of my life. And it's happened since I was born, and most likely it's going to happen till I cross over. In saying that, brothers, sisters, you have a beautiful Sunday, a good morning. God bless you and your families. Peace out, everybody, from Spiritual Encrypted Encounters.